Well, good afternoon. We're going to go ahead and get started this evening. My name is Mary Roan Goodwin, and I'm the Director of Communications and Community Relations. And I'd like to welcome you all to our special reception, and thank you for joining us today. Our dedicated Board of Education is hosting this reception to recognize the transformational work of our school teams, that's all of you, across the district. We'd like to celebrate our school staff and district support teams who are creating schools that are not only striving to create school cultures that exude the tenets of welcoming, safe, and inclusive, but also meet the socio-emotional behavioral needs of each student. This work is done through strong staffing teams dedicated to seeing all students thrive socially, emotionally, and behaviorally so they may succeed academically and beyond. This reception is in recognition of the 64 schools that earned the implementation awards from the California PBIS Coalition. That's right. The organization leading the effort to create schools that are safe, equitable, and have a positive climate and social culture for all. At this time, I'd like to turn this over to Mrs. Colleen Williams, who will MC the rest of our program this evening. Thank you.
All right, good evening or good afternoon. Hello, everybody out there. I want to say thank you to Miss Mary Roan Goodwin for the introduction, and thank you to our board members and our cabinet members here with us this evening. They're out there, right? Thank you to them as well. I am Colleen Williams. I am the Director of Student Wellness and Support Services, and so I am so thankful to be here to recognize our teams of dynamic educators across our school district working tirelessly to improve those systems and supports across their school communities. You may be familiar with the multi-tiered system of support, or MTSS, in the academic areas, but this tiered approach is also the successful approach to meeting the social, emotional, and behavioral needs of all students as well. To develop a strong social, emotional, behavioral system, the team must set goals, outline action plans, monitor implementation, analyze data, develop interventions to meet the needs of their students, provide professional development, and involve students and families in the process. This entire process to develop a fully functioning MTSS takes between 3 and 5 years of dedicated work. It is these tireless efforts that we aim to celebrate today. We appreciate you being here to honor our schools, teams engaging in the developmental process necessary to have a sound tiered system. In addition to the school teams, I'd like to take a moment to recognize the amazing efforts of the Swiss Department Point of Contacts. So thank you to you. They provide skilled assistance to schools through professional development, coaching, problem solving, sometimes conversations with tiers, right? And in San Bernardino City, we have a strong focus on strengthening students' social, emotional, behavioral skills to develop their sense of self, to set, monitor, and achieve goals, to identify their strengths and gaps, and how to positively engage with others in school and beyond. We do this work within the MTSS that outlines the systematic approach requiring school-wide implementation of those classroom practices, those implementation checks, the intervention development, access to community partners for referable services when necessary. To provide a bit of context, in 22-23, about this time, we brought 35 schools to celebrate. Last year in 23-24, we brought 55 schools to celebrate. And this year, we bring you 64 schools to celebrate. This is a first for our district and a great reason to gather in celebration today. Because we have so many schools to celebrate and so many of you in the room, glad the fire marshal is not here, but Chief said he has it handled. We already checked. Because we have so many of you, we'll only be able to have one of your team members, and I know you got that information when you checked in, to come down for the recognition. But we would like to honor your efforts in utilizing these practices to create environments where all students can feel safe and connected. Your teams will also have an opportunity to take photos at our photo wall. You have a couple of options this time in the lobby before you leave. I know several of you came in at different times, and so it might be perfect when you step out. Without further ado, the 2024 California PBIS Coalition Recognition Award winners will be honored, starting with our Bronze School. I now invite our board members in attendance and our cabinet members to come up. And as they make their way to the front of the dais to congratulate our schools, I'll have our Bronze School, which has been working to outline their systems, operating procedures, and develop their common language and expectations. The Bronze Awarding School is Dominguez Elementary. We're going to take a second to get a group photo. Yes. While they're getting a photo, I'd like to say thank you to Principal Reyes for working towards creating safe and positive environments for your community. One more round of applause for our Bronze School. Yay. Congrats, congrats. As we move into our silver and gold recognition levels, we want to ensure that we have enough time and space, hence why I'm talking pretty quickly as well. So as your school name is called, we'll have you step down and receive your certificate. We will be taking your pictures as a group. And because we have so many, we have 31 silver award-winning schools. These schools are focused on data, systems, and practices to ensure that all students receive the same expectations, coaching, and support in their classrooms and common areas. Due to the large number of schools, we'll be calling you in 3 groups. When I call the name of the school, I invite your school rep to come forward and receive congratulations from our cabinet members and board members. So without further ado, let me start with group number 1. Our silver group number 1 starts with Arroyo Valley. And Belvedere Elementary. Our child development programs. Cole Elementary. Davidson Elementary, Del Vallejo Leadership and STEAM Academy, Emerton Elementary School, Fairfax Elementary, Golden Valley Middle School, and Highland Pacific Elementary School. Let's hear it one more time for our first group of silver PBIS schools. All right. Thank you, thank you. Congratulations. Now for our second group of silver schools. We're starting with Hillside Elementary School, Bob Holcomb Elementary School, Jefferson Hunt Elementary School, Ingram Elementary School, Lytle Creek Elementary School, Middle College High School, Monterey Elementary School, Mount Vernon Elementary School, Newmark Elementary School, and North Park Elementary School. Let's congratulate group number 2 one more time. Thank you to all of you. Congratulations. Now for our third and final group of silver award-winning schools. We have Boniol Elementary, Richardson Prep High, Rio Vista Elementary, E. Neil Roberts Elementary, San Gregorio High School, Serrano Middle School, Shandon Hills Middle School, Thompson Elementary, Urbita Elementary, Vermont Elementary, and Warm Springs Elementary. All right, congratulations to our last group of silver award-winning schools. All right, thank you to all of our silver award-winning schools for developing welcoming, safe, and inclusive learning environments for all of your community members. The time has come to honor our 29 gold award-winning PBIS schools. These schools have met and exceeded PBIS goals by not only building solid school-wide systems, but also addressing the needs of targeted groups of students through small group interventions. This is targeted data-driven work for the school team to accomplish improving learning, increasing attendance, reducing bullying, and they have worked to improve the overall social and emotional competencies of students. These schools are doing great work school-wide and in small group interventions. Because of the large number of schools, we will be recognizing them in 3 groups as well. And so to start with, our first group of gold will have 1 school representative come down from Anton Elementary. Arrowhead Elementary. Arrowview Middle School. Barton Elementary School. Bing Wong Elementary School. Bradley Elementary School. George Brown Jr. Elementary School. Cajon High School. Cesar E. Chavez Middle School. William J. Curtis Middle School. Should have made smaller signs for you all. Let's hear it one more time for the first group of Gold PBIS schools. Big smiles, big smiles. Now for our second group of Gold Award-winning schools. Cypress Elementary School. Graciano Gomez Elementary School. Indian Springs High School. Lancashire Elementary School. Lincoln Elementary School. Marshall Elementary School. Muscoy Elementary School. North Verdemont Elementary School. Bakuma K-8 School. And Pacific High School. And anywhere, right? Pace can be anywhere. Oh, yeah. We got you on the right side up. Squish in, squish in. All right, as we're capturing the photo of this group, please give them one more round of applause for their work. Now for our second group. No, I'm sorry, our third group of Gold Award-winning schools. We start with Parkside Elementary School. Should have had a solid gold dance line, huh? Love it. Our next school, Ramona Alessandro Elementary School. Riley College Prep Academy. Rodriguez Prep Academy. Roosevelt Elementary School. Salinas Creative Arts Elementary School. San Andreas High School. Sierra High School. And Wilson Elementary. All right, as we're capturing this photo, congratulations to all of you. Audience, will you please help me in celebrating this group of gold schools? Thank you to all of you, the leadership, your staff, your students, and your families. Thank you so much. Thank you to all of our Gold Award-winning schools for developing welcoming, safe, and inclusive learning environments for all of your community members, between school-wide and small group interventions as well. This year, we have a very special celebration to add to this event. We have a new level of California PBIS recognition, with 3 of our SBCUSD schools receiving the Distinguished Platinum level. These schools have met and exceeded PBIS goals by building strong school-wide systems, interventions for targeted small groups of students in need, and they have also developed sophisticated systems to meet the needs of individual students with intensive interventions within a behavior support plan or behavior intervention plans. This is extremely targeted, data-driven work for the school site team to accomplish, increase academic success, improve attendance, reduce bullying, and the focused work of these sites have shown to improve the overall social and emotional competencies of their students. These schools are our first 3 examples of a fully functioning social, emotional, behavioral MTSS to meet the varying levels of need across their student populations. These 3 schools will receive recognition during tonight's board meeting as well, but we cannot help but celebrate here with them in addition. Due to the trailblazing work of these school teams, we will be calling you as a group. When I call the name of the school, I invite your school administrator and the representatives from your climate and culture tier 1, 2, and 3 teams to come forward to receive your special celebration and recognition. Thank you. There's a lot of talking up here. I apologize. Please remain up front until everyone from all 3 schools has been called so that you can pose for a group photo. So without further ado, let's start by celebrating Juanita Blakely Jones Elementary School. Led by Principal Cretia Sims Roberson. As they get their recognition and congratulations, let's please also recognize Kendall Harmon Elementary School. Recognition? I couldn't think of recognition. And last but surely not least, Kimbark Elementary School, led by Principal Eurydice Fitz. All right, we ask that you help us congratulate these school teams once again. They are doing life-altering work in creating these learning environments where all students succeed. While you see 3 platinum schools in front of you today, we have many of our gold awarded schools that are working towards this goal as well. We have every confidence that our Platinum School numbers will grow over the course of this school year, and we are certain to bring you more Platinum Schools next fall. All right. I would be remiss if I didn't take an opportunity to recognize all of the school staff responsible for supporting this work at each of the school sites. And I invite all of our climate and culture team members to stand if you are still in the room to be congratulated. So if you're part of the team at your school, thank you for your positive impact. You truly are difference makers. And I would also like to remind you that there's an opportunity to take photos out in the lobby as well. And thank you so much to our board members and our cabinet team for being here to congratulate all of our schools. And we are in the very last piece of this, I would like to recognize the Student Wellness and Support Services Department team, who really are diligent, driven, and dedicated in their efforts to develop differentiated professional development. That's a lot of D's, huh? For our school teams, and provide that support to our schools in implementing, in refining, in being data-driven as well. This tireless team of experts walk alongside schools in developing their welcoming, safe, and inclusive learning environments. And if I can have all of the Swissers stand. Most of you are kind of standing already, but thank you for your work, and thank you for your work tonight as well. And audience, we have come to the end of our special reception and recognition. And let's give one more round of applause for all of the work across our community. And this concludes our evening's reception. Thank you so much for joining us.
I'd like to call the meeting to order. I would like to ask Mrs. Blackshear to come down and lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Blackshear. Two point three, approval of agenda.
So moved.
Second. Albanese.
Thank you, Dr. Tillman. On behalf of all of,
Hold on a second.
I'm sorry.
Mr. Avila.
Aye.
And Ms. Ochoa.
Aye.
Oh, Ms. Albanese, your vote? Thank you.
Aye.
Mr. Tillman will have to do a verbal.
Yes, so, Mrs. Alexander?
Aye.
Well, I'll do it different. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carried. I'm going to have Mrs. Grande say a very brief message.
I would just like to thank all of our viewers and listening audience for your appearance here on behalf of all of us. I know I speak for all of us. And we thank you for all of your messages and your words. And some of them are not always easy to hear, but they were valuable to us. And we just want you to know that we appreciate you today and every day. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Grande. Section 3, special presentation recognitions. At this point, I'm going to turn it over to communications.
Maraming salamat po. Thank you very much, President Tillman. Mabuhay and magandang gabi. Hello and good evening. Ang pangalan ko ay Mary Roan Goodwin. Pinagmamalaki ko na isa akong Pilipina. My name is Mary Roan Goodwin and I am a proud Filipina. I am also the Director of Communications and Community Relations. Before I introduce our cultural heritage presentation, I'd like to invite our board members, Superintendent Mauricio Arellano, and Executive Cabinet to please make your way to the reserved seats in front of you to enjoy a special presentation in honor of Filipino American History Month. In a moment, we will welcome Philippine folk dancers of the Filipino American Association of San Bernardino County, or FASBC. Tonight's group consists of district students from San Gregorio High School and also employees from Highland Pacific Elementary, Kendall Elementary, and Virtual Academy. There's also a student here from California State University, San Bernardino. Together, they will provide tonight's cultural heritage presentation. At this time, with the members of FASBC, please make your way forward by using the ramp to my left. As our presenters get set up, I'd like to introduce tonight's dance, Sayaw Tanglawan. Sayaw means dance. Tanglawan is derived from the Tagalog term tanglao, which translates to light. It originates from the town of San Jose del Monte in Bulacan. The dance intertwines the town's prior use of gas lanterns with the town's origin story. Locals believe that long ago, a lumberjack was lost in the woods, but fortunately for him, he was guided by a divine light. He stumbled upon the image of St. Joseph the Worker, to whom the lumberjack and locals credited the lumberjack's safe return home. They named their parish and town in honor of St. Joseph. FASBC, please take it away.
Sayaw Tanglawan.
Galing. We want to thank the Philippine folk dancers of the Filipino American Association of San Bernardino for an incredible cultural presentation this evening. Board and Mr. Ariano, would you please join tonight's group in front of the dais for a group photo? We appreciate everything that you did. Executive Cabinet, if you wouldn't mind, we'd ask you to make your way down to the ramp here. We're going to do some more congratulations with our honorees. We'd ask the board to also join in front of the dais. We'll have our student board members join us as well. Earlier today, we held a very special reception to recognize 64 school teams for their ever-improving work to creating welcoming, safe, and inclusive school cultures with the assistance of our Student Wellness and Support Services team, otherwise known as SWIS. Here to tell us more about these schools and their work is Director of Wellness and Support Services, Mrs. Colleen Williams. Take it away, Colleen.
Thank you so much, Board President Tillman, Vice President Ceballos, board members, Superintendent Ariano, cabinet members, for supporting this work in this very important area. As you know, creating welcoming, safe, and inclusive school environments is an ongoing and evolving project. Tonight, we had a new level of California PBIS recognition being achieved by 3 of our SBCUSD schools who have received this distinguished platinum level. This honor is a new accomplishment for our district community. These schools have met and exceeded PBIS goals by building authentic, strong school-wide systems, interventions for targeted small groups of students in need, but they've also developed sophisticated systems to meet the needs of individual students with the intense interventions within a behavior support plan or behavior intervention plan. This is extremely targeted, data-driven work for the school site team to accomplish, increasing academic success, improving attendance, reducing bullying, and they have worked to improve the overall social and emotional competencies of students. These schools are our very first 3 examples of a fully functioning social, emotional, behavioral, multi-tiered system of support, or MTSS, to meet the varying levels of the needs across their student population. I would like to invite our school teams to join us in front for an individual school team photo when your school name is called. Please exit to my right once the photo is taken. Without further ado, the first 2024 California PBIS Coalition Recognition Platinum Award winning school is Juanita Blakely Jones Elementary, led by Miss Principal Cretia Sims. As they make their way, just to share a little bit about Jones, within this work, Jones has generated some amazing outcomes, some of which are a sense of safety at a 70% favorable for their 3rd through 5th grade students and 75% favorable for their 6th grade students within the Panorama survey. Additionally, within the category of knowledge and fairness of discipline, rules, and norms, this is where the perspective of equity in the application of the expectations is 85% favorable for students in grades 3 through 5 and 87% favorable for 6th grade students. While we're capturing this photo, if you can, if the audience can help me say congratulations to the Jones School community for doing the work collaboratively to address the needs of all students. We're going to take a quick pause for this photo. Smiles, smiles. Get out that way. Now for our second Platinum Award winning school, which is Kendall Harmon Elementary School. At Kendall, these systems have yielded the following outcomes. In the Student Panorama Survey for the knowledge and fairness of discipline, rules, and norms, the application of the PBIS systems, data practices, and outcomes is 82% favorable for students in grade 3 through 5. And their sense of belonging is 77% favorable, which is the integration of their restorative practices with their PBIS implementation. As we pause for this photo, if you can help me congratulate the Kendall Harmon Complex School community. And now for our third and last Platinum Award winning school, we have Kimbark Elementary School, led by Principal Eurydice Fitz. At Kimbark, the multi-tier system of support is celebrated with the student survey responses of knowledge and fairness of discipline, rules, and norms, resulting in 93% favorable for their students in grades 3 through 5, and 87% for their 6th grade students. And then in their climate for support of academic learning, students also respond 83% favorable for 3rd through 5th grades and 82% favorable for their 6th grade students, meaning that the PBIS classroom components are creating conditions for students to have confidence in their teachers' focus on their success. And as we capture this picture, we ask that you help congratulate this school team as well. And a huge congratulations to all 3 of our Platinum schools. They are doing life-altering work in creating learning environments where all students succeed. Thank you to the members of the board, the superintendent, and the cabinet. At this time, I'd like to invite you to return to your seats for the remainder of the presentation. Thank you. You may be familiar with the multi-tiered system of support, or MTSS, in the academic area, but this tiered approach also is the most successful approach to meeting the social, emotional, and behavioral needs of all students as well. To develop a strong social emotional system, the staff must set goals, outline action plans, monitor implementation, analyze data, develop interventions specific to meet the needs of the students, provide professional development for their team, and involve students and families in this process. To do what Jones, Kendall, Harmon, and Kimbark did takes a good 3 to 5 years of dedicated work. It is tireless efforts and accomplishments in moving the dial that we aim to celebrate. To provide a bit of historical context, in 22-23, I stood before you and brought you 35 schools to celebrate. Last year, we had the opportunity to bring 55 schools to celebrate, and this year we had a total of 64 San Bernardino City Unified School District schools recognized by the California PBIS Coalition. This is the first for our district and a great reason that we recap the celebration that occurred this afternoon. Recognition at the state level is always a reason to celebrate, but in the case of our district, we had the opportunity to shine when 64 of our schools are recognized for actively improving school culture and meeting the social, emotional, behavioral needs of students. The goal to strengthen our students' sense of safety and belonging is at the core of our operating values, highlighting the belief in the human potential where all students can learn with the right supports, as well as equity to ensure that all students have access to necessary instruction, intervention, and supports, and safety, allowing students to flourish in the learning environment. And when 89% of our schools are honored for developing these optimal conditions where all scholars can be comfortable to take academic risks, engage in the learning environments, and achieve academic excellence, it is definitely a testament to our commitment to this work. If you take a look at the screen, you will see the schools that were honored earlier today, organized by the level of recognition. All schools within the state are measured by one standard tool to determine their effectiveness in creating these welcoming, safe, and inclusive learning environments. I'd like to provide a brief outline of the medal levels and their meaning in terms of school systems. It's important to note that our one bronze school is working to outline their systems, outline operating procedures, and develop a common language and expectations. While 31 of our schools achieved silver to focus on school-wide systems of practice, implementation, and data analysis to ensure that all students receive the same expectations, coaching, and support in their classrooms and in the common areas. And our 29 gold award-winning schools have met and exceeded PBIS goals by not only building school-wide systems, but also addressing the needs of targeted groups of students through small group intervention, in addition to our 3 platinum schools we recognized just moments ago. This is targeted, data-driven work for the school site team to accomplish, improving learning, increasing attendance, reducing bullying, and they have worked to improve the overall social and emotional competencies of students. Each of these schools is doing great work school-wide and in small group interventions. While we brought you 3 platinum schools today, we have many of our gold schools that are gearing up for this next year and doing this work. We have every confidence that our platinum school numbers will grow over the course of this next school year, and we will bring you more of those schools next fall. Almost all of the 64 schools celebrated tonight have participated in the differentiated professional development designed by the Student Wellness and Support Team staff, or SWIS, to meet their needs of school implementation levels and next steps, in addition to school implementation support by their SWIS point of contacts. Just want to say thank you to the board for your support and to our cabinet members for your ongoing support of this critical work. It really is transformational and in many cases life-saving. So thank you very much, and I now yield the floor to Mr. Tillman. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And just want to thank and say how wonderful the Philippine folk dancers were. Let's get another round of applause. And that brings us to 3.3, resolution and recognition of National Custodian Day. I'd like to ask Ms. Medina to read that for us.
Yes, with pleasure. Whereas National Custodian Day, celebrated annually on October the 2nd, was first created in 1985 to recognize and appreciate the countless hours custodians put in daily to ensure schools, offices, and other public places are clean and safe for everyone. And whereas San Bernardino City School District employs 300 custodians who clean 84 school sites and buildings district-wide inside and out. And whereas custodians play an important role to reduce the spread of bacteria, viruses that could cause illnesses amongst our staff, students, and community members. And whereas custodians work tirelessly to remove dirt, dust, allergens, and other asthma triggers, thus cleaning to reduce one of the largest causes of student absenteeism in the United States. And whereas custodians are the eyes and ears on school campuses, often the only person making the rounds inside and outside the buildings, aware of anything or anyone out of the ordinary, assuring that doors are secure and that any hazard is eliminated, that the learning environment is safe and secure. And whereas custodians set a professional example of positive adult behavior, fostering positive relationships with students, and whereas it is the time to express appreciation for their diligent efforts, which go beyond mere cleaning to include maintenance and ensuring public health, especially highlighted during public crises like the COVID-19 pandemic and our recent wildfires. Therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Education thanks the entire custodial staff for their hard work and dedication to provide a healthy and safe learning and working environment for the students and staff in our district. Be it further resolved that the Board of Education of San Bernardino Unified School District hereby proclaims October 2nd, 2024, National Custodian Day and joins with district staff and students to celebrate and recognize their dedication and commitment. So moved.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Medina and second by Ms. Ceballos. Vote, please. Ms. Albanese,
Aye.
Mr. Avila,
Aye.
and Ms. Ochoa.
Aye.
Motion passed. 3.4, resolution to participate in the 2024 Great California Shakeout Earthquake Drill. I'd like to ask Student Board Member Albanese to read that for us.
Whereas the San Bernardino City Unified School District recognizes that no community is immune from natural or man-made hazards, and recognizes the importance of training staff and students to withstand these hazards, and whereas the district knows the importance of reducing human impact, property damage, interruption of educational services, and economic loss caused by those hazards. And whereas the district has a responsibility to promote earthquake preparedness with the staff, students, families it serves, and plans appropriately for earthquake-related disasters. And whereas proper training of district employees will allow them to facilitate the continuity of operations and assist our community following a major earthquake, and whereas by participating in the Great California Shakeout Earthquake Drill on Thursday, October 17th, 2024 at 10:17 a.m., the district has the opportunity to join millions of Californians in testing emergency response procedures. And whereas the district encourages schools and families to participate in the Great California Shakeout at their schools and work sites and homes, and to use the information available at both www.shakeout.org California and www.sbcusd.com/ready-sbcusd to educate and prepare themselves to protect life and property during an emergency. Therefore, it is resolved the Board of Education of San Bernardino City Unified School District directs district-wide participation in the Great California Shakeout Drill on October 17th, 2024.
So moved.
Moved by Mrs. Alexander and second by Ms. Chahusky. Vote, please. Ms. Albanese,
Aye.
Mr. Avila,
Aye.
and Ms. Ochoa.
Aye.
Dr. Wyatt, Miss Medina, Miss Grande. Okay, thank you.
Motion passed. 3.5, resolution in recognition of California Week of the School Administrator. I'd like to ask Mr. Avila to read that for us, please.
Whereas leadership in matters for California public education systems and the close to 6 million students it serves, and whereas the title of school administrator is used to deafen many educational leadership posts such as superintendent, principal assistant, principal, special education and adult education leader, district business official, classified education leader, and other school district employees who are considered administrators. And whereas the future of California's public education system depends upon the quality of its leaderships, the quality of its leaderships to guide and evaluate the educators and support staff who don't work directly with their students. And whereas school leaders depend on network of support from fellow administrators, teachers, parents, students, business community members, board and trustees, colleges and university communities, and faith-based organizations and elected officials to promote ongoing student achievement and school success. And whereas the state of California has declared Education Code 44015.1 the full week of October as the week of school administrator. Therefore, be resolved, the Board of Education of San Bernardino Unified City School District declares October 13 through October 19 as the week of school administrator and commends all leaders for contributions they make to successful student achievement.
So move. Been moved by Dr. Wyatt, and second by Ms. Chahusky. Vote, please. Ms. Albanese,
Aye.
Mr. Avila,
Aye.
and Ms. Ochoa.
Aye.
Motion carried. 3.6, resolution in recognition of National Red Ribbon Week. I'd like to ask Ms. Ochoa to read that for us.
Whereas, according to data collected in 2020, half of Americans aged 12 and older have used illicit drugs in their lifetime, and whereas teenagers and people with mental health issues are more at risk for drug use and addiction, with more than 46% of teenagers having tried an illicit drug by the time they are in 12th grade, and whereas, although public awareness of illicit drug use is increasing, the abuse of prescription medication and use of opioids such as fentanyl demand attention, and whereas government, parents, law enforcement, schools, services, organizations, and youth can provide positive peer influence by demonstrating a commitment to maintaining healthy drug-free lifestyles by wearing and displaying red ribbons during Red Ribbon Week. And whereas the theme of Red Ribbon Week 2024 is Life is a Movie, Film, Drug-Free. Therefore, be it resolved, the Board of Education of San Bernardino City Unified School District hereby proclaims October 23rd through October 31st, 2024 as Red Ribbon Week, and encourages all schools to participate in drug prevention activities now and throughout the year, making a visible statement that SBCUSD is strongly committed to a drug-free community.
So moved. Second.
Moved by Ms. Alexander and second by Ms. Medina. Vote, please. Ms. Albanese,
Aye.
Mr. Avila,
Aye.
and Ms. Ochoa.
Aye.
The motion carried. Section 4, public comments. 4.1, receive public comments. This is the only time the public will have an opportunity to address the board on items not on the agenda and within their subject matter jurisdiction, such as district policy, procedures, programs, services, and fiscal matters. Public comments are limited to 5 minutes per person. 6 or more people who wish to speak on one topic will be provided no more than 30 minutes total. Speakers are cautioned that under California law, no person is immune from liability for making intentionally false or defamatory comments regarding any person simply because these comments are made at a public meeting. And our first public comment comes from Christine Ramirez. Push that button in front of you, that green button.
All right. Good evening, board members and executive cabinet. It's an honor and a pleasure to be here. I'd like to have my team stand with me, please. We're here today to share with you an unfortunate situation that took place at George Brown Jr. But unfortunately, in this event, we would like to take this honor, or this time, to honor a special person. This person definitely made a difference for us on this day. I am the principal, Dr. Christine Ramirez, and I'm the proud principal of an amazing team. And the team, just a few of them behind me, were definitely essential in this event that took place. But there is somebody, a fellow colleague also, who made a difference this day. On behalf of the entire George Brown Jr. Elementary School community, I want to express our deepest appreciation for your exceptional support during the recent medical emergency on Monday, September 23rd, 2024. Your quick response and professionalism were instrumental in ensuring the safety and well-being of our students, staff, and families when one of our parents collapsed just before dismissal. When the emergency occurred at 12:56 p.m., the administrative team immediately began CPR, and your prompt arrival at the site within minutes provided much-needed assistance. Your calm and focused demeanor allowed us to manage the situation effectively, especially during this critical time of student dismissal, which was at 1 o'clock. Your presence was a source of reassurance for everyone involved. In addition to directing traffic, directing emergency personnel, and supporting our students' families and staff on the day of this incident, your continued check-ins after the incident and genuine concern for the well-being of our students, our staff, and of course the family of the victim have not gone unnoticed. Your dedication went far beyond the expectations of your role as a safety and emergency manager. The guidance you provided to our administrative team in following protocols, as well as emotional support you offered, was invaluable. We are grateful for your professionalism and compassion and unwavering commitment to the safety of our school community. Your actions during and after this incident reflect the highest standards of care and responsibility, and we want to acknowledge and commend you for going above and beyond your call of duty that day. So at this time, I would like to say a big thank you to an amazing safety and emergency manager, Mr. Eric Fatir. I know that sometimes he's down in the dirty work of it all, but on that day, he made a difference. Thank you again for your support, Mr. Fatir. Hopefully he's here because today we have a very special award for him. This is we are the Explorers, so he is going to be honored as the George Brown Jr. Super Explorer Award. Thank you very much.
Well, that wasn't expected. I just did my job. These guys were the true first responders that day. The parent literally just collapsed out in front of their school, and without missing a beat, they responded just like we've trained them. And she did CPR on him for about 12 minutes all by herself. They used the AED, got him hooked up, gave him 3 shocks. If he had a chance to survive, it was because of their response, not mine. So good job to you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Damon Alexander.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good evening, board members, superintendent. I'd like to appreciate you affording me this opportunity. First, I would like to thank you. About a month ago, you came to council meeting, and I just want to thank you for coming to city council meeting. The superintendent, several of the staff came out to council meeting. That's the first time I've seen or heard, the school district coming to a council meeting. So on behalf of the mayor and city council, I just want to thank you for coming out to that meeting. That should happen more often and vice versa. Because like I've always said during these last 4 years, we work together and it only gets solved if we work together. So I appreciate you coming out to council meeting. What you have on your desk, I dropped a little pin on your desk for the electeds and the superintendent. Those pins only go to the electeds and commissioners of the city. Now, y'all gave us this nice little swag bag here and to all of us, and I appreciate it, and you will never, ever see me with these sunglasses on again. You guys look at these things. These things are so bright. They're crazy bright. But we appreciate it, and we appreciate everything that you do. You shared with us, Superintendent, about the SHINE program and what it's going to do for our city, and we truly appreciate it, and we want to continue. I just want to make sure I don't forget anything. I personally want to thank you because I will be exiting office here in December, and I personally want to thank each and every one of you for your time that we've shared and grown together over the last 4 years. You received my calls. We worked on issues together, which we really have, and we've become a better city because of it, and I appreciate that. I would also like to share, because you guys are first class, because you guys are a first-class district, I just want you to know that November 5th is coming up, and y'all need to vote. And y'all need to vote for, I was trying to come up with an acronym for the 4 people on the ballot, and the only thing I could come up with was WAC. Wyatt, Alexander, Cabellos, and Chahusky. That's the only thing I can come up with. It's a football conference. It's a football conference. So I need you all to follow that acronym that is under the sound of my voice and vote for all 4 of those people to keep this team together because it makes the city better. I don't know if you guys are hearing what I'm saying. Keep the city together with that acronym, WAC. All right, work on it. SBTTA, work on that. Get a poster or something. And finally, you guys have been waiting for this. This is some really great news, so I want everybody to listen. The injunction of the city will be lifted tomorrow. We're done. We got it signed. We'll be able to work and clean up our parks, the city. So I just wanted to leave with that little bit of good news. Everybody will be able to clean up our parks, and we're going to do it forthwith. So thank you very much. Again, I'm Damon Alexander. Thank you guys very much for your time and your energy during the past 4 years. I appreciate you and love you all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ashley Zarate.
All right, you guys ready for me? Okay, thank you. Hi, dear members of the school board. I'm here as a parent and as a community member. I'm here to respectfully request funding for a series of improvements and supporting Middle College High School and making its distinction amongst other buildings in its area. Middle College High School has nothing to distinguish itself and to promote the academic achievements of its students. Our San Bernardino schools take great pride in fostering an environment of academic excellence, and our students at Middle College High School have repeatedly demonstrated their commitment through their elite performance in various academic fields. In light of their success, I believe it's vital for our facility to mirror the pride and distinction these students bring to our community. So my proposition, I propose a painting of the school's logo for Middle College High School, in addition to its elite recognitions of the school to be displayed on its walls and celebrating the academic successes over the years. These visual reminders will not only serve as a source of pride for our current students, but also inspire future generations to strive for similar achievements. My second request would be for the painting and aesthetic upgrades. The current condition of the school's exterior does not adequately reflect the academic rigor or the pride that we have in our students. A fresh coat of paint with colors that inspire learning and growth would transform the space into one that reflects the quality education provided within its walls. These upgrades would create a more welcoming and motivational atmosphere for students, staff, and visitors alike. So recognizing the academic excellence through these enhancements will have a profound effect on the students' morale by highlighting their hard work and accomplishments. I believe together we can foster an even stronger culture of achievement. The visual representation of their success will instill a sense of pride and ownership in the school, while also motivating all students to continue to excel currently in their studies. So thank you for your guys' time and attention.
Thank you very much, and I'm sure we'll be able to work on that. I think we should also put a marker out for where the first site was for Middle College. It's across the street from Valley College on what's the street on the south side? Yeah, there's some little like Adobe style buildings there. Yeah, and it ought to be a marker there.
We're working on it. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. It was probably the most raggediest building in town, but that's where it started. Ben Pratt.
Good evening, Mr. President, Mr. Superintendent, members of the board. I'd like to start just by saying thanks to all of you for, as usual, keeping the dialogue going with us. I appreciate it. I've never dealt with a more accessible board. I was on the phone with Ms. Medina and Dr. Wyatt just today, and all of you guys have been that way for us. So again, I really appreciate it. Tonight, I just want to give you guys a quick update about our Pathways program that we're trying to establish here in the district, and just kind of tell you where we're at with that. Right now, our training staff is continuing the process of filing our curriculum with the Department of Apprenticeship Standards and Workforce Development. That's not, an overnight process, but we filed the paperwork and we're on that road. So I think that's going to be a great thing if we can get these building trades into the classroom on a daily basis, as opposed to just an after-school program eventually. We were invited by the Secondary Education Department, and we will be attending the CTE Partners convening on October 29th. I'm really looking forward to what I can learn from, the existing partners and the existing pathways to how we can make ours better and expand it here in the district. I want to thank everyone from the district that attended our apprenticeship rodeo. It was a successful event, and I was glad to have you guys there. I know the kids had a great time, and I think some things were learned there. On the 9th and the 10th, we're going to be hosting some additional apprenticeship tours with Cajon High School and Royal Valley High School. So we look forward to having those guys there. I myself am a Cajon Cowboy, class of '93, so I'll be glad to see those guys. Also, I'm really excited. In January, the second cohort of our pre-apprenticeship program at San Bernardino High School will be starting, and then graduating in the summer at normal graduation time. We have already had a couple of kids reach out that intend to sign up for our apprenticeship, and they will get the preference having completed that program. So we're looking to expand that until we can get it in the day-to-day curriculum. And again, I just want to thank you guys for all your help on all this stuff. President Tillman, I really appreciate the time the other day. It was good talking with you. I thought it was a great dialogue, and I look forward to working with the rest of you going forward. And thanks again for everything. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Pratt. Rodney Jasmine Armstrong.
Hello, good evening, board members and team. So my name is Rodney Armstrong. This is my wife, Jasmine Armstrong. I'm sorry. Let's get to it. So I'm the father of a student at Curtis Middle School. I'm here to express on behalf of my son being attacked and assaulted in the classroom from a female student who identifies to be a male. Yes, there was a teacher present. Teacher seems to have no clue what to do. Our district needs to train staff, subs with proper protocol in regards to a situation this sensitive. The video has went viral, and now taunting and memes have been made. Being harassed daily, my son being taunted during after-school activities from peers of the other student. As a parent, a coach, an alumni of SBCUSD, I feel unsafe for my son at this time. The school first gave out improper information. The event took place September 5th. There was no meeting until September 12th, yet more days to where the student was more aggressive verbally towards my son each day. The 8th grade VP of Curtis Middle School failed to respond or even show interest in the attack, to the point where my son was afraid to exit the front of the school. I then had to take it into our own hands and make calls to higher ups, go down to youth services, finally spoke to the principal. He was aware and more concerned. He promised to take action, and it would, and days went by. So we took action and came down to the board.
Hello. To follow up with my husband's concern, safety is the #1 priority of our school for our kids. We want to make sure that this situation doesn't happen to another student where there is no disciplinary actions, no punishment for the action, and the bullying is still being done even after multiple meetings with the school. In a situation like this, it should be open communications to both parents and proper participation from the school to ensure that the kids both understand their actions and the consequences. Let's do better at protecting our babies. Thank you for your time. Have a great evening.
Thank you.
Thank you all. We have your information and phone number of the superintendent. We'll ask somebody to reach out to you. Thanks for coming out tonight. Ms. Orosio?
Buenas tardes.
Good evening.
Mi nombre es Miguelina Orosio.
My name is Miguelina Orosio.
Y tengo una pregunta.
I have a question.
Cuando un alumno de un plantel escolar de la ciudad de aquí de San Bernardino, estando en la escuela, es agredido por un adulto que no pertenece a la escuela,
So I have a question. When an adult here at the San Bernardino School District is assaulted at their school by an adult who does not belong at that school site,
¿hacia dónde? O hacia, perdón, después de esa agresión, comienza a recibir amenazas por redes sociales.
and then starts receiving threats through social networks,
Se acude a la escuela donde va el alumno a pedir ayuda y a reportar las amenazas.
so I go to that school where my student goes to, and then we ask for help.
En esa junta que se tuvo, dijeron que las amenazas no eran lo suficiente creíbles como para tomar cartas en el asunto.
So I had a meeting there, and we were told that those threats were not enough to take any action.
Se llamó al departamento de policía del distrito escolar. Se les hizo saber también.
So we called the school police,
Y también fue la misma respuesta.
and it was the same answer.
Mi pregunta es, ¿hacia dónde nos debemos de dirigir nosotros los padres cuando nos encontramos en esta situación? ¿Con quién podemos recibir el apoyo para poder, porque mi hijo no va a la escuela por temor?
So my question is then, who as a parent do I go and speak to about this? Who do we talk to? Who do we ask for support? My son now does not want to go to school because he's scared.
¿Alguien de ustedes me podría contestar eso, por favor? Porque necesitamos poner una orden de restricción y no nos han ayudado.
So can somebody here answer my question? Because we need an order, a restriction against this person.
Yeah, and just to be clear, what school is it at?
Indian Springs.
Indian Springs. So just to be clear, we can't discuss the particulars of the item because it's not agendized.
Okay.
But what we will do is have the Superintendent Mauricio Arellano, we have your phone number, so he'll contact you and follow up. And hopefully resolve the issue.
Muy bien, gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Section 5, public comment? No, public hearing. 5.1, San Bernardino Unified School District's Sunshine Contract Proposal to the California School Employees Association, Chapter 183. Section 3547 of the Government Code requires that all initial proposals of exclusive representatives must be presented at a public meeting of the public school employer. In accordance with this code, the San Bernardino Unified School District is therefore submitting the following sunshine proposal. Item 5.1, San Bernardino Unified School District Sunshine Contract Proposal, the California School Employees Association, Chapter 183. At this time, I will open a public hearing. The San Bernardino Unified School District and the California School Employees Association have entered into negotiations for contract reopeners. The district's intent is to reopen and begin negotiations on the following articles: Article 6, wages, and Article 9, hours. Are there any public comments for this item?
There are not.
This public hearing is now closed. Be it resolved that the Board of Education receives the district's initial sunshine contract proposal to the California School Employees Association, Chapter 183.
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Medina, second by Ms. Chahusky. Vote, please. Motion carried. Section 6, closed session, 6.1, closed session public comments. Are there any closed session public comments?
There are none.
We will go into closed session. Thank you. Thank you, sir. I'd like to call the meeting to order. Section 7, actions reported from closed session. 7.1. 7.1, I'll make an adjustment. We're going to pull student number 502658. With that change, I'll entertain a motion.
Moved.
Second. Moved by Ms. Medina, second by Dr. Wyatt. Vote, please. Seven point two, students recommended for suspension or expulsion, but remanded to youth court for other means.
We have to do about, I have a motion on 502658.
Didn't vote? Didn't pass? No? So go ahead, give me a motion, Mr. Husky.
I move to terminate the expulsion of 502658 for due process errors and to have the student administratively assigned upon re-enrollment.
Second.
And moved in second, vote please. Motion passed. 7.2, students recommended for suspension or expulsion.
So move.
Hold on. I got ahead. They're taking a vote for 7.1 still. I thought I did too, but. Right.
Correct. I added a second motion to terminate, but we're good now.
That both? Okay. We did. 7.2, recommended for suspension or expulsion. Excluding mandatory offenses, but remanded to youth court for other means of correction. It was moved by Dr. Wyatt.
Second.
Second by Mr. Biles. Vote, please. Motion passed. 7.3, petition to expunge, rescind, sealing of record, or modify youth court or expulsions. Moved by Mr. Husky, second by Ms. Alexander. Vote, please. Motion passed. 7.4, other closed session action. Be resolved, the Board of Education accepts the notice of recommendation for disciplinary action and statement of charges to suspend without pay for 10 days the following classified employee for his employment with the district, HR Class 2425 1-ER. Motion, please.
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Ceballos.
Second.
Second by Dr. Wyatt. Vote, please. Motion passed. Section 8, student board members, 8.1, reports and comments from student board members. I'm going to start with Ms. Ochoa.
Hello, everyone. I'm Tatiana Eden Ochoa, and I hope you guys are having a wonderful evening. I do have a lot to speak about, and first off, I would like to say and extend my gratitude to the board. Last time I was here, I was not sitting here. I was actually at the public comment and speaking about the line fires and how it affected students. Not only did the board make the right decision of deciding to close down schools for air quality issues, but I brought up a concern specifically about the filters that were at school, and I was very pleased to see that just last week when I was attending school after that they were actually changing those filters already. So I think not only was that very prompt and very just great for the health of the students, but I was very happy to see that. Moving on, some great things happening at Cajon High School. I would say that I would also like to extend just the gratitude towards the support that our speech and debate team is receiving, because this weekend we went to Cal State Long Beach for the Jack Howe Invitational, and 5 of our students that attended actually did amazingly well. We had Hugo Trejo, who won Lincoln Douglas debate, novice, and not only that did this is against many skilled debaters, and not only very proud of that, but he went home with a large trophy for that and a large trophy for being the best speaker of the tournament for Lincoln Douglas debate. And Ruben, I'll say his last name right now once I get it. Ruben also, he broke to quarters, which I was very proud of in Lincoln Douglas debate, and also got a speaker award. And to extend to that, we also had the freshman Kevin Dominguez receive an octos. So this is not only did they do amazingly well, but we had Emmanuel Hernandez Margarito get first in impromptu debate and also get third in original spoken word. He also went home with 2 large trophies. So this is not only adding amazing competition to our team, but I also broke to quarterfinals in one of my event and placed 7th in finals in my other event. So I do think that I would like to just say that Cajon's doing very well in that avenue. And sorry, it's very important that I list the last name of Ruben Torres. And some other news that I would like to list on is that the Biliteracy Seal Awards Assembly is coming soon. And not only will I be receiving that, but several students in the district, October 28th. And I would like to say thank you for having a wonderful ceremony that we're all expecting and already giving us the information for that. I would also like to say that the Miss and Mr. Cardinal pageant happened, and that was very wonderful. And one of our student board members, Anna Victoria, actually was a part of that. So I would like to congratulate her for her efforts, and she was wonderful and graceful as always. And Cajon has recently started up their Rotary program, which is a program that takes on a class of freshmen and actually makes sure by the end of their 4 years that they have a $2,000 scholarship. And that's something that's partnered with the Downtown San Bernardino Rotary Club. So that's absolutely wonderful that they're taking on that, and all those students have that wonderful opportunity. I'm also part of that. And I do want to raise a concern about, just wanted to see where an update on the stop sign that's supposed to be on Mountain and Hill, because I know that there has been some concerns with students, specifically since there has been many potential accidents happening on that corner. So I did want to request to see where that is currently. And would also like to say that not only Cajon, but other schools in the district are taking part in the Believe Walk, which is in Redlands for breast cancer awareness. And I think that's not only wonderful, but California, Cajon and our school has been invited to volunteer for this several years in a row for a very long time because of the great academics and just attitude that we have and we bring to that event to help up. And I would like to say, I hope you guys have a wonderful 4-day weekend. That's for students, that is. and I think that will be a wonderful time to relax, catch up on college apps if you have that, or just spend time with your family. And I would just like to extend a great weekend to the board as well as all our teachers. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ochoa. Mr. Avila.
Greetings. My name is Wilbur Julian Avila Lopez, and I am in the 12th grade in Indian Springs High School, and I am very thankful on the fact that anything that is necessary, that is needed by students, they are able to go seek for, like someone to talk to, someone to just just hang out with, and just have a good time with them. And I'm just grateful for all those people. And also, next up, important things that are going on in my school right now is that, happened, is that last Saturday, the ETSA honor roll ceremony was hosted at the gym in Indian Springs High School, and it was packed, to say the least, and it was amazing. And it was a fun experience for community and others who came by. Okay, so then now for the events that are going on in different schools that I have, is that next Wednesday, Sierra is going to have their blood drive, which I would love to go and donate blood for, but I'm not Sierra. Even though I would go to. And then for the rest of this month, San Andreas High School is going to be having a little fundraiser where students can buy little knickknacks to give to someone, and they will be delivered at Halloween. And then lastly, what I have is that Indian Springs is going to have their homecoming week in 2 weeks. And that is all.
Thank you very much, Mr. Avila Lopez. Ms. Albanese.
Good evening. My name is Patience Albanese, and I am representing Middle College High School. I want to say thank you to all of administration for organizing our field trips so far this semester. Middle College just received news that students who have completed 2 years of our digital media course are eligible for a second associate's degree. At Arroyo Valley High School, they are constantly reinforcing their BHAWK, which stands for honor, achievement, willingness, and kindness. At San Gorgonio High School, they recently celebrated their new San Gorgonio inductees for their Hall of Fame. And I would like to say congratulations to all of them. Our first SLAC meeting is scheduled for later this month, and I'm excited to attend and meet all the new representatives for all high schools and all middle schools. To conclude, I would like to wish my fellow students a good luck on their midterms and a great rest of their semester. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And that brings us to Section 9, Administrative Reports, Presentations, 9.1 Presentation, TIP Board Policy and Metrics. And I just want to say, before you start your presentation, I got an invitation to go to Shannon Hills. Miss Gray, a PE teacher, invited me out there, and they allowed me to talk to their PE class. And Dr. Torres gave me a tour on my way out. But on the way out, she had me stop by a math lab, and in that math lab, you had a tip instructor there who had pulled out a couple of young men to work with their math. And those type of things are going to make the difference, Dr. Greer. So I really do appreciate the work that you guys do. You know, it was just a spontaneous visit that I went there, so it wasn't as though they were setting it up for me to see. It's the work that you're doing day in and day out. And I know because of that, we're going to get the results that we're looking for many, many years. So thank you, and we look forward to your presentation.
Yes, go ahead and clap. That's worthy. Thank you, President Tillman. So President Tillman, Vice President Ceballos, Board, our Superintendent, Mr. Arellano, Cabinet, and our viewers out there, it is with great pride, actually what you just said, with pride and honor that we're going to bring this presentation, because I think, Board, you're going to see that you have been so supportive and really helping us to make sure that our African American student achievement increases among all other areas as well. And through our superintendent's relentless pursuit of excellent outcomes for our African American students, we have been able to have the funding and be much more targeted and purposeful in the supports that we're providing our students. I think you'll be very pleased to see the work that this fabulous team, and I know we have some of our other Ed Services directors here, in collaboration with all the different departments among the different divisions, what's been done. I think you'll be pleased in a short period of time. So I'm very excited to bring you some great news of things that are happening, and to start showing some of the metrics that are beginning to go up, because after all, that's the outcome that we want, is to move the needle. So without further ado, I will present Dr. Greer, and he'll be taking us through our targeted instructional improvement plan policy update for our African American students.
Thank you so much, Ms. Applegate. So I wanted to start just, of course, by thanking you all. I'm always very grateful when we get the opportunity to come and give an update to our school board, to our superintendent, and our cabinet on this very important work. And I want to thank you guys really for your courageous leadership, because I think it does take courage. It takes courageous leadership to really stand in the face of attacks on diversity, equity, and inclusion, and to stand against anti-Black sentiment that sometimes harms our kids, their families, and our community. And you guys have consistently stood against that and said, no, we're going to stand on the right side of history, and we're going to stand for what's right, and we're going to stand to support this community and these kids. And so I really applaud you guys for that. So I'm just really grateful. And beyond that, I'm also very grateful for these good folks back here behind me, my team, the ETSA department. Working with them, even though they get on my nerves sometimes, it really has been the honor of my life working with you guys. So I'm really, really grateful for all of you. I really am. So thank you so much. So of course, we wanted to point out and share here that our superintendent, and through the work that he's done with our community, with our educators across our district, the vision that he's laid out for us in the Shines document, the vision for 2030, the vision to really transform and uplift student achievement, and with an emphasis there, as you see, on equity, right? We're really, really grateful to have Mr. Arellano return back to us. I've said this many times. You are probably tired of hearing me say it by now, but I think that there is something to be said that knowing Mr. Arellano's story, knowing that his father was a custodian in the school district, and in one generation, his family went from cleaning the district to running it and to being the superintendent of it. I really think that there's something inspiring and hopeful in that, in terms of what it means for all of the kids who are going to sit in desks tomorrow, right? And so for all of our kids, all of our scholars who are here in our district, because all of them could be the next Mr. Arellano. So that really means a lot to us. And that he certainly has a mind for and a heart for equity. It certainly means the world to us and to our department. So I wanted to start with some important gains for our district. Currently, we serve about 3,600 African American students. If we include students who are mixed with Hispanic, or who are also Hispanic or more than one race, then that number jumps up to about 6,000 kids. And when we look at the last few years, right now, 58% of our African-American high school students, they are A through G on track. This is a critical number because when you look at the California dashboard for 2023, it reports that about 30% of African-American seniors graduated having met A through G. So what this tells you is that right now, if we hold these numbers and we continue the work that we're doing, very ably and capably led by Dr. Beckles back there and Ms. Siobhan Anthony next to her and our high school equity team, Mr. Ross and Ms. Larkin, as well as the work of our secondary ed department in Swiss and high school principals. If we continue to hold this, we're going to double in the next few years the number of African-American kids who are leaving us ready to go to college and show up and not be mired in remedial courses for years. That means something in terms of the time to degree completion, the amount of money that you have to spend for college. That means quite a bit. So we're on track right now to double our A through G rates, right? With 58% of our kids being A through G on track. So we just got to hold them and we got to make sure no more D's and F's. So we're working on that. We have 70% of our kids in grade 9 who passed math with an A, B, or C last year. That's really, really important because the year that we came back from the pandemic, 21-22, at some of our high school sites, our 9th grade African-American students, at some sites, 55 to 70% of them were getting D's and F's. So in a short order here, we have reversed that and turned that on its head. Now 70% have gotten A's, B's, and C's. That means something, again, when we talk about A through G and being college ready. We've seen some slow but steady growth in math and reading in ELA since COVID, and we have a plan for that. We really want to see some exponential growth, and we'll talk about that a little bit tonight. And we've also seen some improvement in school attendance, many thanks to Dr. Baikendova, Student Services, Dr. Rodriguez, and all the work that they're doing to make sure that kids are in school. So we wanted to start with some good news. And in terms of the TIP policy, we want to share some of the objectives. In our district, as you all know, we have board policy 6012.1. That's the targeted instructional improvement plan. So this policy lays out several objectives and key performance indicators for African-American students. You can see them here on the screen. But in short, it essentially asks us as a district and as a department to improve outcomes for African-American kids in English, in math, in terms of A through G completion, access to advanced courses, family engagement, and district professional development. And so I'll talk about those pieces more throughout the night. We also have some other key department priorities. As you all know, we have oversight over the Sankofa Magnet program at Hunt and Del Vallejo Middle School. Last year, we added a critical piece around Pacific Islander student success and Pacific Islander and Filipino family engagement. And so we're doing some things in our district that have not been done before for the different communities that we serve. Community engagement, and then racial slurs as well, given, unfortunately, just the need to have a protocol and what seems to be an uptick in the use of racial slurs and pejoratives kind of levied at Black children. So we are one of the few districts now locally and perhaps in Southern California that actually has a protocol and some training in terms of what to do, how to respond to the use of racial slurs. And I know that we're one of the few because I get a ton of calls from folks around what to do and how to implement it. So I wanted to share some of the data from the TIP priorities. This is some of our African-American program enrollment data. And so in preschool, last year, we had about 255 kids at the end of the year who touched preschool at some point. And I was talking to Dr. Kelly, Latasha Kelly, about this. And essentially, when you look at all the students who were in preschool throughout 23-24, it was about 255 kids. Right now, at the start of this year, we've had 160 students, African-American students, participate in preschool. That number is very likely to increase as the year goes on. You can see in our Sankofa Magnet, we've got about 12 more students participating this year. You can see our lottery schools, Chavez, Richardson, Rodriguez, and Middle College, the number of African-American students who are participating in those programs. High School Avid, which is really important to us. It's a program that we continue to monitor for the access and the preparation that it gives students for college. AP numbers, International Baccalaureate, the numbers in terms of student enrollment have increased since last year to this year. our college course enrollment. We're really excited about this number. Now, there's an asterisk there because those numbers are actually from 21-22 and then 22-23. And so you can see from those 2 years, we added about 50 more African-American students who were registered in and who took a college course. Last year, I know that number was well over 100. And so this is a critical goal for us, making sure that African-American kids are getting access to college courses. And then high school graduation, I think we boasted a pretty strong high school graduation rate for a long time for all of our kids, but particularly for our African-American kids. So many thanks to Dr. Baikendova. She kind of helped straighten me out on this piece here. We want to make sure that we are showing accurate data in terms of chronic absenteeism, suspension, and expulsion. So you see our absenteeism rate. I think that this is a really big deal because, again, coming back from COVID, and Dr. Baikendova can kind of straighten me out here, but I believe that year that we came back, it was either 52 or 56% of all African-American students who were chronically absent that year, meaning that they had missed 18 days or more of school. And so when we looked at our achievement outcomes that year, I mean, there's a direct relationship between not being in the seat, not being in class, and then not performing at the highest levels. What we have seen since then in the last few years is really a steady and double-digit decline in the number of students who are chronically absent. So that's certainly something to celebrate, and we want to get those numbers down even further. And then we also see our suspension rates and our expulsion rates, and I know that we are working to get those numbers down as well. So I want to talk a little bit about our work, the ETSA department, what we do and how we do it. And so when you think about the work of equity departments, our ultimate goal, the end goal, is always to create change, to change outcomes. Equity departments are usually enacted, created in school districts to improve outcomes for some student group and sometimes some student groups, plural, right? Whether it's math or reading or A through G or discipline rates or along those lines. But in order to get to the change, equity departments first have to have capacity. And this is very important because I'm going to talk about how we have been developing capacity over the last few years. But when I talk to my colleagues in local districts who lead equity departments, neighbor districts of ours, they oftentimes lament not having the capacity to do the work that would lead to change. And that is a problem. And so I'm really, really grateful because in our district, and especially since our department was able to come back and rejoin Ed Services, and since Ms. Applegate has become the assistant superintendent, and then with Mr. Ariano, we have just been steadily building our capacity. And so I'll show you exactly what I mean. Our department has been around since 2007, and for most of that time, it had a director, a secretary, and 1 or 2 program specialists, right? So this was kind of the department organizational chain for most of its history. As you can see, just in the last few years, we have really focused on adding capacity. Ms. Applegate has been a huge help. Our fiscal department, categorical, just in terms of helping us find dollars to add staff who could do the critical work that needs to be done. And so when we look at the TIP policy, again, we have these key performance indicators around ELA, around math and reading, around high school A through G, around access to advanced courses. One of the major conversations that we started having when I came back, or when I became director in 2019, was specifically around capacity to do that work. If we're supposed to close gaps in reading or in math, then who do we have right now who can walk into a classroom and say, I can help you improve outcomes for African-American students in math or in reading? When I first got back, our department wasn't constructed in such a way to really answer that question or to address that need. And as you can see here, over the last few years, working with Ms. Applegate, we've been able to sort of reorganize, realign, and re-strategize. So now we have an ELA equity team. We have a math equity team. We have a high school equity team. We have 2 classified staff members who are helping us every day. We're really grateful for Ms. Lynn Scott and Valerie Sampson, our secretaries. We have Mr. Hardy, and Fran Blacksher, who 2 of the most joyful people I know. They are teams basically with everybody. Everybody is essentially on their team. But this work that we have now and the folks that we've been able to bring into the fold to lead the work, to really take the work on and invest their whole selves into it, is just been tremendous. And when I talk to my colleagues, again, who lead equity departments, they are quite envious of what we are building here in San Bernardino. I'll tell you that. And I really got to give a shout out to my sister, my good friend, Tamika Casey. Very thankful to HR, Ms. Applegate Cabinet for bringing her over this year as a principal on assignment. She joined us earlier this calendar year, 2024, and it's really been a huge difference, a breath of fresh air having a second manager. And I'll talk more about that in a little bit. And so I want to talk about building capacity in systems. And there's a phrase, when folks describe kind of doing something hard or building something, sometimes folks will say, well, we built that brick by brick. And when I think about the work that we're doing in the equity department, it is absolutely work that we have been building brick by brick. And so I want to use, just as an example or as an illustration here, middle school math, right? So one of our KPIs, key performance indicators, has to do with math. And so during the pandemic, 2020, we were able to hire a fantastic middle school math teacher, Mrs. Chitty Kalu. And so she became our district's first ever math equity program specialist. And she and I began to have serious conversations around what it would look like, what would be required, the state of math instruction in math classrooms. She had experience as a demo teacher and as a coach, so it's like perfect person, right? So Ms. Kalu joined us in 2020. During that year, 2021, that was our distance learning year. And so kind of thinking, we'll kind of go slow to go fast. And given just the fact that our education was in flux at that time, right? None of us knew exactly how long we're going to be on distance learning or how long we'll be doing computer-based education, virtual education. And so Ms. Kalu started to work with elementary and math teachers just at 2 sites, at Hunt and at Golden Valley Middle School. And largely, she was kind of having online check-ins with folks. Then in the following year, when we came back until the 22-23 school year, we shifted Ms. Kalu's focus to middle school math teachers. Now, this kind of really expanded the field for her, because what this meant was that she would be responsible for trying to help improve outcomes for about 1,000 kids who were listed in areas as African American or Black and Hispanic or Black and more than one race, right? And so it was about 1,000 kids, and it was literally hundreds of teachers. So it was a pretty big task. And so even though we didn't necessarily move the outcome data that much, we certainly gained a lot in terms of process data, and certainly in our understanding of sort of what we were up against in terms of middle school math classroom instruction, what the classroom is like for Black students, the needs of students, the needs of teachers. In 2023, the summer, so around this time, not quite this time, I think around June of 2023, we were able to hire our second math equity program specialist, Miss Ajayi Green. So we effectively doubled our math equity capacity. And in that school year, 23-24, Miss Green took on all grade 6 math in San Bernardino City Unified. Now, we did this because Miss Green had a background in both elementary and middle school. We had several principals and upper grades elementary teachers who had contacted us directly and said, hey, we know you have a focus on middle school, but in upper grades, we really need some math support too. And we're trying to figure out how to improve outcomes for our Black kids in math in 5th grade, 6th grade, and so on. Do you have anything for us? Right? And so because of that, and because Ms. Green had this wonderful experience in this area, we said, okay, take all 6th grade. Now, what this meant was that she would essentially have 40 elementary schools, and then also, I think 7 or 8 middle schools, 8 middle schools, right? So she had all those teachers, all those classrooms as well. Build some really great relationships, definitely helped some teachers, but it was a huge undertaking. Ms. Kalu, meanwhile, supported all grade 8 math across all of our 11 middle schools across the district, right? So still, it was a pretty huge undertaking. In 23-24, we also piloted the Math Equity Guest Teacher Program at 7 middle school sites. So Mr. Tillman, what you kind of mentioned, what you referenced over at Shannon Hills, our first year piloting that was 23-24, right? And so having guest teachers be resident subs who are at these school sites helping African-American kids every day in math, we piloted that last year, 23-24, bringing it back this year. Then this year, we assessed our work Now we're working in the cluster model. So this has been, I think this is going to be a gift to us in terms of really shrinking the work down some more, making it much more manageable, enabling us to really get our arms around it. Because now Ms. Kalu, I believe, has 6 schools, and Ms. Green, I think, has 5 schools, right? And so when we're having conversations about even shrinking that down and looking at the classrooms, and we've identified something like 6 to 10 classrooms where nearly 51% of African American students are sitting in today. And so we're really going to shrink our focus, be really, really laser-like and intentional. So again, we're focusing on those classrooms with the highest numbers and the most need. And then also, thankfully, we are hiring this year a 3rd math program specialist for upper grades math at 10 elementary schools. In addition to that, we're collaborating with secondary education. So I said all of that not to get all wonky and too deep into the weeds, but I really wanted you guys to have a sense of literally how we have been building this thing and getting after the problem of these darn math scores that are the thorn in my side, but really sort of how we've been really, critically, with a lot of intentionality, getting after this work and sort of building this system over the last few years. So with that said, I want to go through some of the tip priorities, and I want to start with ELA and math. And so this is going to be really tip priorities, really 1 and 2. So our goal here is for 51% of African American students to meet grade level standards on the CASP in elementary ELA, grades 3 through 6, as well as in middle school math, grades 6 through 8. And there's nothing really magical about this number, 51%. But I like 51% because it means that when we reach that number, we will all be able to stand up and say that truly in our district, most African American kids are meeting and exceeding grade level standards. We have not been able to say that, I think, in our careers. And we want to say that. And we want that to be the truth, right? And so we're fighting, we're pushing to get to 51%. And I really think it's doable. And we're collaborating, speaking of capacity, with elementary instruction. So many, many thanks to Dr. Coker and her team, as well as to Dr. Venkatesan and her team in secondary ed, because we are collaborating with them in some significant ways this year. And so I want to give you an example or kind of help illustrate why we believe in ETSA that this is attainable. So this table 1, this is our reading NWEA performance of the 10 elementary schools with the largest Black student populations. They just took this test, the NWEA, last month in September. And so over there on the left, you see the school sites, Holcomb, Barton, Hunt, all the way down to Del Rosa. The next column, you see my program specialists who are assigned to those sites. The column after that, you see our equity guest teachers. And so you can see, how many equity guest teachers we have at each of those sites. So we've got 2 at Holcomb, 2 at Barton, 1 at Hunt, 1 at Bing Wong, and so on. Then you can also see the sites, or the number of African American students rather, in the testing grades, which would be grades 3 through 6. So at Holcomb right now, they've got 65 African American kids in the testing grades, right? Barton has 50, Hunt has 48, and so on. Now, let's go back to this goal of ours, 51%. If we want 51% of kids to meet grade level standards, then that means at Holcomb, we're chasing about 33 kids. At Barton, 26. At Hunt, 25. On down to Del Rosa, it's about 13 kids. But then we also have to look at the number of students who are currently on track, meaning that those kids scored at or above the 61st percentile on that fall NWEA test, or they already scored a 3 or a 4 on the CASP previously, right? And so at Holcomb, we've got 12 kids right now who are on track. What that means is, in order for us to get to 51%, we need to hold those 12 students at Holcomb, and we need to pull up another 21 students, right? If we pull up 21 students and hold those 12, Holcomb Elementary will get to 51% meeting or exceeding grade level standards in reading. You look at Barton, right? 50 kids. 26 of them would be 51%. 5 are on track. We need to pull up 21. You scroll down to Bing Wong and Roberts. We need to pull up 16 kids. You look at Pacuma. We need to pull up 9 kids. You look at Norton and Del Rosa. We need to pull up 13 and 11 kids respectively. I show you this and share this to say that this is doable. We're talking in some cases about a handful of kids, maybe a dozen, not quite 24 kids. With all of the supports that we have in place, our equity guest teachers, our TOSAs, the first instruction, the training that we're giving teachers in first instruction, I believe this is doable. So we know the classrooms. Our next step from here is really going to be to have a version of this same conversation with our principals. We've had a version of this conversation with our TOSAs, our teachers on special assignment. But again, we are talking about a handful of kids. So we have got to be able to do this. Going back to tip priorities 1 and 2, our ELA and math support our equity guest teachers. We have 32 EGTs, we call them, at 28 sites. 23 of them are at 21 elementary schools, and they are helping with reading pullout support. We have another 9 who are at 7 middle schools. They are helping with math push-in support. Collectively, they are supporting about 1,254 African-American students in the testing grades. And in my staff, they give them training twice a month. And so these pictures that you see here, this is my staff giving them training, I believe, in September. And so really making sure that they're prepared. But in addition to that, we are asking now, and going back to that collaboration and coherence, we're asking our equity guest teachers to attend the trainings from elementary instruction and secondary ed as well, so that we can all be on the same page. And without further ado, I want to bring up this young man here, Demarion Scott. So I was talking with Mr. Hanna. We can go ahead and clap for him. So Mr. Hanna, if you could wave. This very cool gentleman who always has a fresh fade back here. He is our equity guest teacher over at Curtis Middle School, and so he's providing push-in support in math classes. And so I was talking to him and just asking him, hey, you know, tell me about some of the kids who are just really outstanding and who are just doing a great job. And one of the first kids that he named was this gentleman here, Mr. Scott. So Mr. Scott is going to come down. I'm going to ask you to come on down, Demarion, and he's going to talk a little bit about how Mr. Hanna has helped him. And you're going to come right over here, about how Mr. Hanna has helped him in math and just what that relationship is like. The floor is yours.
Make sure that button in front of you is green. On the below, right there. There you go.
All right, so Mr. Hanna helped me a lot in math because it was hard sometimes and there's a lot of problems I didn't get. And there's some problems I didn't understand, such as like how to understand pi, I think. And it was hard and exponents, yeah. And it was hard to solve them, so he had helped me by breaking them down and making them easier to solve. And by getting my grade up in math, because I wasn't really good at it at first, but then he had came and stepped up and helped me. And then I think he's a chill guy because he like helps out a lot in math, because last year he helped out in my math class. He had came by and like taught me some stuff from algebra when I had started 7th grade. And he had also talked to me about some stuff out of math, like he had taught me how to dress and some nice shoes and stuff, and some shoes he had thought was nice. And then I just think he's chill because of that.
Thank you very much. So let me ask you a question, Mr. Scott. So how were you first approached? How did somebody say, hey, we want to help you in math? Did the teacher tell you? Did the principal tell you? Who contacted you?
Like how Mr. Hanna helped me?
Well, how did you first meet him? Who introduced you to him?
Oh, he had came in my math class, and he was just walking around helping students, and I heard other students calling his name, so I just called it and helped and asked him to help.
And then after that, I just started to like him because he had came in my class more often and he was easy to talk to.
Beautiful. Thank you very much.
And I want to point out that Mr. Scott here has an A in math right now. So we'll talk next about our high school equity work, but I wanted to pause here and just, because I know it's maybe becoming a little bit of a long presentation, so I wanted to pause and see if there were any questions.
Mrs. Alexander?
So thank you, Mr. Scott, for coming up here. Great presentation. Thank you for your review. And Dr. Greer, thank you, and to your staff. I do have a couple questions. So our last meeting, we received a presentation on AP and IB courses. And one of the areas is to really focus on African American students, making sure our scholars are prepared. What are you doing in terms of really focusing on Arroyo and Cajon? Because those are two high schools that were highlighted. And when I looked at the numbers for AP and IB courses, I see that the numbers are growing incrementally, but I would like to hear a little bit more about what we're doing there.
Thank you for the question. So we have full-time high school equity counselors at Pacific, San Bernardino High, and San Gorgonio, right at San G, so at those three sites. And so we are making sure at those three sites, while they are not Cajon and Arroyo, we are really making sure that at those three sites, our kids are getting access to advanced courses. We're going through and doing a transcript analysis. We are recommending and helping students sign up for college classes at San Bernardino Valley. And so ultimately, our goal is, and we'll kind of talk about this in a little bit, but our goal is in terms of next steps to get some staff, some full-time staff over at Cajon and probably at San Gorgonio. We've got them at San Bernardino High, Indian Springs and Pacific. We're looking to place two high school equity counselors at Cajon and at San Gorgonio so that we can continue that work. And those are our next two sites with the largest African-American student populations. Cajon by far has the most, and then San G, I believe, has the third largest population. So it doesn't answer your direct question, but as we get more staff, we'll certainly get some folks over there who will be able to help us with that charge.
Okay, thank you. I do have another question though in reference to, I was just, when you went over the numbers in terms of enrollment, there is a slight decline. You did highlight about preschool. So what are the plans there to make sure we grow versus decline?
Preschool?
Mm-hmm. Because we want to make sure that we're properly bringing in students and matriculating them.
I think we could certainly work with Help Assist in any way, and I know Dr. Kelly has got it, right? So she is certainly an expert, and I want to certainly lean on her and respect all that she's doing. We are certainly happy to partner and just work with her team and her staff around marketing for preschool and making sure that African-American families are aware of the opportunities that exist and that we're helping to push to get African-American kids in those classes. And I also think just from talking with her, she said that larger number from last year, that was really sort of a combination of all the kids who had participated by year's end. I think as kids get older, right, throughout this year, we're going to see those numbers grow as well. So I would be surprised, while it's 160 now, I would be surprised if it didn't end up being 240, 250, 300 by the end of the year.
Mr. Ariano?
Yeah, thank you, President Tillman. That was the point I was going to make, is that last year's number is a totality of touches throughout the year. The number that you see this year is where we stand at the moment. So we do expect the number will expand. But I want Dr. Rodriguez to talk a little bit about the work that she and her department are doing with ESRI and GIS mapping to identify the students, African-American students in our community, so that we can go find them, talk to them about the program, and recruit. So, Sam, you want to talk a little bit about that?
Sure, thank you. So we have a partnership with Loma Linda University, El Sol, that provides us with some of our resources around the community health education workers to choose. And one of the benefits that we have with that agreement and partnership is the use of GIS mapping. And so what we've done is we've looked at schools in our district to see where we have high populations of 0 to 5 African American students based on the census data. And so we have looked and identified particular schools. So for example, Jones Dominguez is another school that we've looked at, so that we can target marketing to those particular schools, because we know based on data that we're receiving that there is a large number of kids that need to have not more support, but the parents need to know about those offerings. What we have found out through some of our conversations with some of our parents is that many of our African American parents are a little apprehensive of sending their little ones to school because they don't talk yet. And so that was one of the trends that we saw. And so we're trying to help them to understand that our schools are licensed. They are trained teachers. They are credentialed teachers. It's not a mom and pop daycare situation. And so the standards of our preschools are much higher than some of the others that are being run in the community. And so that work is being done with our preschool program in conjunction with our family engagement office, as well as Making Hope Happen Foundation that we partner with for kids.
If I can just add to that. So with the data that we will glean from the GIS mapping, we're going to be going to the homes to make contacts with the families instead of just general marketing. So we're very excited about that opportunity in recruiting students.
And Mr. Ayano, one final addendum to that. I know that Mr. Greer is meeting with our community faith-based organizations as well. He's doing a monthly community meeting where we'll be doing a lot of outreach as well. So that's another thing that he's been working on.
Sorry, to just elaborate on Mauricio's comment. Our community health education workers, our CHOOSE, the partnership that we have with Loma Linda, they will be the ones that will be going out to the community to be able to provide that information to those families specifically, as well as our parent volunteer workers who are partnering with our CHOOSE.
Thank you. I just have one more question, President Tillman. So looking at just where it says it's attainable, your program specialists are amazing and very impactful. It appears as if there's a lot of schools that they're working on or working with. And when I look at just where we are in terms of the baseline to where we need to achieve, get to that 51%, it seems like the ones that are on track, how do we keep them on track and still work with the students that we're trying to get to 51% based on the number of program specialists that you have and the equity guest teachers? What is the plan?
Yeah, that's a great question. And so we've talked about within our ELA and math teams, we've broken down strategically exactly how many kids we have who are currently on track, how many need intensive support, and then how many just need acceleration, right? And so we are really going to make inroads and really push forcefully with our students and in the classrooms where they need intensive support, as well as the students who need acceleration, while we make sure we check in with, support, encourage, partner with our teachers of students who are already on track, because we don't want to drop any of those kids. So making sure that we are talking with our principals, with our teachers, that our equity guest teachers are still providing support to them as well as needed. We know we've got some kids who are going to be fine. And then we know we've got other kids who are on track, but that could drop if the conditions aren't right? So we want to make sure. So we'll be paying close attention to the data throughout the year, with our goal being on getting to 51%. But we've got a great team, though, in terms of our program specialists, our equity guest teachers, the TOSAs at the site. This is the most support that I have ever seen in terms of not just our department, but our district around this issue. So I think we're well suited to get there.
And if I could just quickly add to the supports that we're giving through the equity guest teachers, that's above and beyond what the expectation already is for our African American students, because it's all of our responsibility to make sure that our African American students are doing well. So they are also being pulled into learning centers. They're also getting extra tutoring. They're also having tier 2 and tier 3 interventions. So that and the initial instruction is what we're hoping will keep them. And then the support given by ETSA and the equity guest teachers is above and beyond. So we're really hoping to couch all of that together so we don't lose any of the students.
Also, just to answer Mrs. Alexander's question, we're doing testing and assessments throughout the year. So you know where those students are, and you know if they're staying at the level that you want them to be at, right?
Yes, especially I know in math, I know that we're promoting and using what we would call the interim assessment blocks, but they're going to be giving those tests every unit, so 6 times a year. We're working on doing something similar. Dr. Coker and I have had conversations around using the unit performance tasks, which would require students to read several rigorous passages and then complete a writing prompt. So it's really comprehensive. So we're trying to make sure that we are collecting and looking at data and then figuring out which kids need support where and intervening right at that point.
Thank you, Dr. Greer. Ms. Chasky.
Thank you. I'm going to kind of start where you just left off because it was one of my questions, which is on the it's attainable. I just kind of want to make sure, I know that we have a goal of getting 51% there, but I want to make sure that we're focusing on 100% of those kids, of our kids there. And not, so when you were talking about who needs help and how we're targeting that, what does that look like? I just want to make sure, like I said, that it's kind of like when the number we need to reach 51%. Well, I'd really like to reach 100%. It's great if we get there, but that's not the end goal. So what does that look like?
I'm glad you said that because every time I talk about it, there is a part of me that is tough, right? It's a very reductive thing to be reducing kids, children, their lives, their futures down to this number, right? So I'm glad so there is a tension there. At the same time, we got to go back to what we talked about earlier around capacity. And in our department, I think we are nothing if not data-driven and really strategic in terms of what we have, what resources we have that we're able to deploy, and how best to deploy them in the most strategic way. So looking at that 51% goal, I believe it's attainable. And I want to make sure that this year, we really have a sort of a realistic, attainable goal that we set our sights on. That doesn't necessarily mean, though, that we would be leaving kids out of support or that we're not having conversations with teachers, that we're not providing coaching, that we're not providing PD, professional development, that we're not doing all the things that we know would equip teachers to pull up all of their kids. All of that is still going to happen within our department. In terms of really being specific, measurable, having an attainable goal, something that's realistic, that 51% number, a number that we have never reached in my career here, I think it's a good place to start. But that does not mean, though, to your point, Ms. Chahusky, that we're going to be leaving kids out. And that if it's this half over here, then we're not even going to see, touch, help, assist the other half. That's not the case. We're going to make sure that we are coaching teachers, that we're having data chats with teachers and principals, that we're inviting teachers to our professional development, and that we're still doing all the things that could increase their skills and knowledge.
Well, and I also, one of the things you guys have all lightly touched on is the collaboration, between student services basically and ed services. And I am a firm believer of Maslow before Bloom, right? And I heard our young man, Mr. Scott, he talked about the fact that some of the things actually they really talked about was the relationship building. What got him actually accessing math was the relationship that he built. So I want, I heard you talk a lot about, PD and teachers, but as you're assessing the students, it's like, what do they need to be able to access the curriculum, right? And some of them, it may not be the curriculum that's blocking them actually from the curriculum. So I just kind of want to have you keep that in mind as you're moving forward. And I know it's just one more thing, but really that's a place where there's other supports that could help us meet that goal, right? So if one of our guest teachers, equity guest teachers, or someone identifies, hey, some of these kids' academic struggles it's more about everything else that's going on. He can't concentrate or she can't concentrate on learning. Making sure that they know all the resources that we have to support our students in other ways to help them access the curriculum. The other thing is I know it was a little bit confusing but I really would like to get sort of the accurate updated data on the attendance and discipline piece, because I know that at least for the 24-25 numbers, there's some question about what's actually the accurate, because I kind of tried to figure out like what we've already done and
And I
This
think
number seems a little high, so
I
you don't
think
have
you're-
to answer that tonight, but if we could get it in a Friday update or something, so that we know exactly where we are, so we can kind of move it forward. That data is always hard to attain, so I understand,
And that's
some
my
of the
mistake though,
confusion.
because I think your handout might say 23, 24, 24, 25. It should be 22, 23, 23, 24.
Ah.
So my apologies. It's my mistake.
Okay, so it's the year that was the problem, not the data that was answered that then. And then lastly, Mr. Scott, thank you very much for coming up here. It's not always easy. You can ask these guys, it's not easy to get up and speak in front of us, and you did a fabulous job. That being said, I would be remiss if I'm really hoping that you will join the Middle School Student Leadership Advisory Council this year, and represent Curtis if all possible. So hopefully you guys can get back and we can see him October 21st or whenever our middle schoolers next meet us, because I think you'd be a valuable addition, and that would put you on track to be a student board member one day. So hopefully you will keep that and as a goal in your mind, because we would love to see you up here. So thank you very much. And Mr. Hanna, I think you were my traffic control guy on. Were you there Saturday? Yep. I was like, I'm looking out there. I'm like, that looks like my traffic control man. So he helped me out too. Let me tell you, I don't know what I would have done without him on Saturday. So he's a good man there. A good man there. Thank you, Mr. Hanna.
Thank you, Mr. Husky. I do want to say on the numbers, I'm excited about the 51% because I remember we came back from COVID, our numbers for African American was as low as like 11% in terms of proficient or exceeding. So that's a big deal to reach 51% in the near term. So, and it's also why I get so concerned when we talk about, closing schools. Because the one thing I learned from COVID was, and I was all about making sure we were safe, the whole 9 yards. But we found out that when students stay home, they don't learn.
Right.
And we didn't do a good job at distance learning. So every time I know we shut down schools, and that means our students aren't learning. And we're in competition, as far as I'm concerned, with surrounding districts. And we have to make sure our students are in school in order to make sure they get that instruction. So I commend you for the 51%. I know the one thing that sticks in my mind is Mr. Ariano saying 50-50, 95. So we hold you to that, 50-50, 95. And I'm excited about the number. So next is Miss Medina.
Wow, really, thank you so much for the presentation. I know there's a history on this as well, Mr. Tillman. You were one of the first ones that pushed this through the school district. And I know there was West Action Group with Walter Hawkins. I know I spoke a lot with him during that time. And being even with the DAAAC, how parents were starting to organize and they're just having a voice. And I remember having, back then during the district, there was several of the concerns was, well, it's not mandated because we were asking for more funding and it's not mandated. And then the opportunity came to actually add a line item for African-American students. And there was a lot of pushback, a lot of criticism, because then it's like, well, it's not equal, but it's not. Equal is very different from equitable, and we needed to provide resources for those students that needed it. And since then, I think that's one of my passions, is to make sure we are equitable and we are bringing the resources. I'm so proud that the district has moved in bringing those funds to the department, because it did, like you showed, start from 3, and now we're at a bigger number, and I'm really excited about that. Even with Sankofa, when at one point it was fading, and now we brought it back to life. So I'm really excited about that as well. And with that, I do want to ask, these are great numbers, and these are this is great information. Back several years ago, I believe we used to go to different community organizations, sometimes, like for instance, WAG, and we would present and just show in case they have any questions. Have we thought about going to community orgs and really talking to them about what we're doing here in the school district?
Thank you for the question. So this year we created, in years past, as you know, we've had the African American Task Force. This year we sort of pivoted and created an African American Student Success Network. And it's similar to the task force, but what we're trying to do with that is really bring in community groups, organizations, nonprofits, universities, colleges, different programs that are designed to help and assist students in community, right? Especially African American students, families, and community. And so we just had a meeting. I want to say this was in September. We had our first meeting of the year. And so we had organizations like 100 Black Men, National Council of Negro Women, Blue Educational Foundation was there. Folks from the Divine Nine were there. And so we had probably 10 to 12 different organizations were represented in that meeting. And so we kind of shared some of these data with them, but really our ask was really, listen, the things that you guys are doing, like the Botillion, the socialites and things like that, we want to make sure that we are taking a very proactive effort to get our kids and our families tied into the supports that you all already offer, right? We want to do a better job. And honestly, Ms. Rosales Medina, I just don't want to be, I don't want to get any more phone calls or texts like saying, hey, we got this great scholarship opportunity, but I need 2 kids right now, and we got to get all the paperwork and everything done in the next 24 hours. And then this scholarship is theirs. So it's really us trying to be more intentional, more proactive, more strategic, working with our community partners to make sure that we have a partnership where we are directly connecting our kids and families to them and to the resources that they offer.
That's great. No, definitely. And I know that even when you mentioned in the PowerPoint, it is with regards to the racial slurs workshops and protocols. I mean, this is innovative. This is stuff that we need to have done. And is there any plans in the future to present at conferences where other school board members are also present? I know we have the California School Boards Association, but I know there's other maybe administrators type of conferences where they get to see what we're doing. And it also highlights the work we're doing here in San Bernardino and kind of showcase the many great things we're doing. And this is one of them.
Absolutely. My team and I, we have shameless plug here. We have presented at CASA and at different conferences before, and we actually just got an article published in the AXA magazine, the AXA, right? We just got an article published in that around equity and instructional leadership. So absolutely, we're going to look for more of those opportunities, but our focus is always, of course, making sure that we're doing the job here first and that we're getting the work done here. And then we'll go out and have those conversations, beyond our district.
Right, of
I
course.
want to point out too, we do still have, I would really love to talk to you guys about our high school work too, and I don't want y'all to get too tired on me here tonight.
Okay.
So we do still have that other part of the presentation.
Let's keep it moving. You done, Ms. Medina?
I was just going to ask with regards to the lottery schools, I guess it goes back to the question that was asked earlier. How are we promoting these programs for African-American students? That way we see more of an increase of students applying, because maybe I'm thinking that's why there's a decline for the lottery schools. I'm assuming that it might be because they're not applying for it.
Assume. Let's find out why the numbers are going down. You guys can get back to us without those numbers, because that is
Absolutely.
important.
Absolutely.
Right.
Thank you.
Ms. Ceballos.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the presentation so far. Very, very informative and a lot of great information. Just for me personally, I would like to see the data a little bit more desegregated. So when I was looking, back at what you have just presented, I would like to see information more specifically broken down between like middle schools, high schools, and elementary schools. There is great information, but I feel like it's kind of like an overview, and I would like to see it a little bit more broken down. So for example, a good example of that on that gains for African American students in SBCUSD slide, you have some percentages there, and I'm not sure if those percentages are based on your 3,000 number or your 6,000 number. Also, sorry. Also, like on the chronic absenteeism, suspension, and expulsion, like it would be nice to see like the chronic absenteeism, like where is it happening more? Is it like at the elementary level opposed to like the middle school versus high school? And suspension and expulsions as well. I'm suspecting that suspensions and expulsions may be more at the middle and high school levels, but still I would like to, you know, kind of be able to see some of those differences. Also, I, just like Mr. Tillman, do actually appreciate your measurable goal of 51%, because we want to make sure that we are reaching everybody, but we also have to be fair, you know, to ourselves as well, and not set ourselves up for failure. And giving a 100% number is really just going to set us up for failure. Just like, you know, just like that 50-50, 90. Although obviously the goal is to hopefully get to that 100%, right? Just keep that always on the look, but also on its attainable page. I had a question in regards to, as you were going through that slide, I was thinking to myself, and I would like to challenge you and your team on this page, maybe push you a little bit. As you were going through it, there's two things that came to mind. One was your on-track students and the number of students needed to meet that 51%. So in my head, I was thinking, well, why don't we allow those students that are on track, you know, hopefully they're on track because of some of the work that the school sites are doing. I would hope that, you know, those students are not necessarily all of them are on track because of the work that you're doing. I would hope that, you know, some of those students are on track because of what the school sites are doing. So maybe the school sites can keep on, and maybe like your team could monitor that, but really do 51% of the 33. So that would add a little bit more to your numbers. So that's the challenge, you know, that I would have for you and your team. And then the other part that I wasn't clear on that same page or slide was, is this only for ELA? There, because I don't think I saw something similar for math. These are just ELA results, right?
This is an ELA example.
Okay. Do we have like the math in here, or not in here?
Not in here, no, but we do have it internally.
Okay. That was all my questions. Thank you.
And Ms. Ceballos, I did want to remind the board that in December, we will be bringing much more comprehensive data broken down by school, by age group, all the different results that you'll have. So you'll be able to see that a little bit more broken down.
You go ahead and finish your presentation.
Yes, sir. Okay.
Oh, hold on. I think I had a question from Ms. Ochoa.
Yes, I had a question and a comment, actually. So I was just curious as to how a school goes about getting a specialist as well as like an equity guest teacher, because I saw that Del Rosa doesn't have one. Because I know that Cajon specifically, we just had our, sorry, let me remove this. We just had our SSC meeting, and while we were looking through like the data for our AA students, it was like a big margin that I think that needs like a lot of improvement. So I really wanted to see how what is the process, or like know how that's going to be helped or really added to a site, as well as I know I'm going to be leaving early, unfortunately. So I just, as a student board member, I do want to say, like, I looked ahead in the presentation. I'm sorry. I do want to say a personal congrats to the students being spotlighted, which are, I hope I'm saying this, Taharka, that's an awesome name. TA names are awesome, as well as Taylor, which I know personally as well. I just want to say congrats to you guys. You guys not only look fabulous, like you're sitting there, I'm like, okay, you guys look very great. So I just want to say, like, congrats to you guys and for your effort and just like exceeding and succeeding so well. So those are my two things.
Thank you very much. Dr. Greer, continue, please.
Yes, thank you for the questions. We're definitely pushing to get some staff over at Cajon. Absolutely. So we'll talk a little bit about our tip priority 2, high school equity. And so as you see here in this picture, we're really proud of these kids and the work that Ms. Siobhan Anthony is doing over at Pacific High School. These are some seniors who got early admissions offers after our UCAN HBCU college fair a couple weeks ago, right? And so Our high school equity team, Dr. Josie Beckles is our high school equity program specialist, and just really has been invaluable in terms of leading this work, providing support to our 3 high school equity counselors, and the work that they're doing every day on the ground with kids, specifically around grades, around course enrollment, around DF rates, A through G, wellness. Ms. Chahusky, you mentioned that SEL piece. One of the reasons why we hired them, well, first of all, we hired them to supplement and not supplant the work of the traditional high school equity high school counselor. But one of the reasons why we knew that was important was because when we look at the research and you talk to high school kids, African American high school kids, and one of the things that they often report is not necessarily feeling connected to the adults on campus, right? And not necessarily feeling like there are adults on campus who care about me, look like me, can support me. And so our high school equity counseling team, they are doing some phenomenal work. And so I want to talk about some of our goals here. We have 3 important goals. We want to keep our math DF rates to 25% or less. We want to increase our A through G rates to 75% or more for African American students. And in terms of advanced courses, we want 60% to take and pass at least 1 course. And helping us with this, especially on the DF rates piece, is Valdez Tutoring. They've been a strategic partner of ours the last couple of years. You can see one of the tutors here. She's helping a young man over at San Bernardino High School. And so they've really been an invaluable partner as well in terms of making sure that our kids are getting the support that they need right in the math classes. Our high school equity counselors, what they do is they pull students' grades every 2 weeks from the grade book on Aries. And if Will is getting a D or an F, then they push the tutor from Valdez Tutoring directly into Will's math class so that I'm getting the support that I need, right? And so that's how our system works. And it's very data driven, but it's very intentional. So I want to talk about those first couple of goals there, the DF rate piece. This 9th grade piece is extremely important because we know, from looking at years and years of data that oftentimes, students come into high school, and having been a high school vice principal myself, I know that kids will come in 9th grade, and 9th grade can be very much a make or break year, right? Kids can struggle and have some major challenges in 9th grade. For many, 10th grade starts to get a little bit better. 11th grade starts to get a little bit better. And then something goes off, some light goes off for a lot of us, me included when I was a kid, between 11th and 12th grade. And we realize, I need to get my stuff together. Not all kids, but some of us. And I was one of those kids in that some of us. And so this math piece, we know that for a lot of our kids, 9th grade is the year where the DF rates tend to be highest historically. And if we can really address and affect 9th grade, then we can really give kids a greater likelihood of being and staying on the A through G track. So what we're looking at here is our 9th grade African American math DF rates for last year. The blue bars are the first semester, the orange are semester 2. Over here on the left, you see our 3 equity pilot sites. So those are the sites where we have a full-time equity counselor and where we also had Valdez Tutoring. Our counselors organized and coordinated the work of the tutors from Valdez. And what you see is that we have extremely low, or I'll say very low, math DF rates for African-American kids at these sites. 16% at Indian Springs, 26% at Pacific High, 25% and then 27% at San Bernardino High. Now, those next 3 schools, 2 of them, again, we want to make sure that we get some equity counselors there because they have larger Black student populations. But you can kind of see the contrast. And then if you look over at the far right, you'll see the very last set of bars are all students, all 9th grade students in SBCUSD. And what you see here is that we have effectively, you could say that we are closing the gap, or we have effectively closed the gap between our African American 9th graders at these 3 sites and then the rest of the district. And I would even, venture to say that thanks to the work of our high school principals, our math department chairs, math teachers, TOSAs at the high schools, and certainly the work of my high school equity team, one of the reasons why the DF rates for African American kids in the district are so low is because of that work that my team is doing, right? In addition to the work that we know is happening at the sites. I want to talk briefly about A through G and credit recovery as well. And again, we shared this earlier, But right now, today, 58% of African American high school students are A through G on track, right? So if we can make sure that they get no more D's and F's, then that number is going to hold through graduation. We are collaborating with secondary ed and with SWIS on this. SWIS is important because of the high school counselors that work through and get trained by SWIS. So we're meeting with them. And again, the dashboard reports that 30% of African American kids in our district were college and career ready in 2023. So we're on pace to double that in the coming years, thanks to the work of our team and all the work that secondary ed is doing and SWIS is doing and that our high school principals and staff are doing. So I want to kind of take you behind the curtain a little bit and talk really some more about A through G. And one of the ways that we are attacking this issue and making sure that we're helping more of our kids be A through G ready. And so I'm going to give you the examples here of 4 different high school students who are in one of our high schools right now. All 4 of these kids are 10th graders, and these are their real transcripts today from Aries. And so this is looking at what this is showing you is their grades from 9th grade, right? They're all 10th graders right now. And so thanks to the work of Dr. Beckles, one of the processes that she leads with our equity team is they do in the fall or late summer, early fall, they do a transcript analysis. And so they go through the transcripts of all the African American students at their schools. And what they do is they put those students into one of 4 lanes. Now, lane 4, that's where you want to be. That's the fast lane. That's A through G on track. And as you see this first student here, you can see that this kid got mostly A's and B's, looking great, right? If things persist and this continues, this kid is going to graduate A through G. Lane 3, these are our students who are nearly on track. And so our scholar here, when you look at the grades, you can see that in the first semester, they got a D in Spanish, and then they got an F in PE. And in the second semester, they flipped it. They got an F in Spanish and a D in PE, right? And so we want to, knowing this now, we want to make sure that this student, and you see the 3 main strategies that we're using there, Edmentum, which is our credit recovery program, summer school, and then SBVC dual enrollment. Because if a student takes a course in dual enrollment, in some cases, they can complete the requirement altogether. So this student over here on the right in lane 3, if this student takes Spanish at SBVC, one semester, they can complete the entire foreign language requirement for A through G, right? It'll satisfy the entire requirement. We also want to make sure, though, that we get this kid in the summer school next year for PE so that they can make that up. And we might even also have them, the SBVC course will take care of their Spanish.
Dr. Greer, before you go into lane 1 and 2, can I ask that we move up the student spotlight only because it's getting late? Maybe the kids can go home and then we'll go back to lane 1 and 2.
We could definitely do that.
Okay.
We could definitely do that. So here, let me go ahead and jump ahead. It is getting late, and I did not tell them that they would be here this late. I was on the phone with them like, 8 o'clock, 8:30 would wrap this thing up. You'll be good to go. So we have to thank, we have 2 high school scholars with us, and I really truly do mean scholars. I mean, these are students who are ready to take over the world. And so I'm really pleased to introduce Mr. Taharka Islam and Ms. Taylor Griffin. Mr. Islam's equity counselor is Carolyn Larkin over at Indian Springs. He plays basketball. He's on the team with my son there, and really good young man. And then Ms. Griffin, her equity counselor is Miss Anthony, who is with us here tonight. And can I just say, they both also cleaned up at the UCAN College Fair a couple weeks ago. So if you 2 can come on down.
While they're coming up, I just want to say, we've been doing UCAN for 17 years, and I helped bring it to the district 17 years ago. And the major thing is a number of the surrounding districts are using UCAN right now. So we actually have brought something to the Inland Empire that has changed the lives of a whole bunch of students, and I'm proud of that. Go ahead.
First of all, I want to say thank you to the school board for giving me this opportunity to speak. My name is Taharka Islam. I go to Indian Springs High School. I'm in the 12th grade, and today I'm going to be talking about my equity counselor, Miss Carolyn Larkins at Indian Springs. So honestly, in my own personal experience with Miss Larkins, she's like, it's great because honestly, it feels like, especially at a school where where majority of the people don't look like you, it's good to have somebody an adult who is somebody's shoulder that you can lean on. You feel me? Like she's actually, I feel like she's kind of like the auntie around campus. Like I got problems, girl problems, some just stuff going on, like a teacher trip. I'm like, hey, Miss Larkins, like honestly, I feel like she's our person to just talk to, just to be open to. Honestly, I know it feels like that for me and a lot of my friends as well. They go to her for problems, they cry to her, and she's just that rock. She's that rock. Honestly, I want to spotlight like the opportunities that she has given me as well. Honestly, like I've been able to go on a lot of events because of her. Like I've been on an HBCU tour where we went across the country. I've gotten scholarship opportunities, and I actually just recently got a full ride scholarship to Benedict College, and I got a scholarship to Livingstone College. And this is through the efforts of Miss Larkin. She's the one who has put us on. So I'm just like, yeah, she is very important to me and many other students, African-American students at my school. And honestly, like, I want to share like a personal story as well. Miss Larkins, it was about like, I believe sophomore year, I was actually doing dual enrollment with Valley College. And it was like towards the end because I was doing ASL, but I was failing the class actually. And because I kept missing the test. And that was just because I was busy just with basketball and everything. And yeah, like I was just busy around that time. But I remember because I had missed like the test 3 times, I believe. And then so I'm like, dang, I'm like, I'm telling her my problems, right? I'm like, Miss Larkins, like I messed up. Like, yeah, like I can't take it no more. I failed. Like I'm like this. I'm like, I'm down, And then honestly, she was like, Taharka, just do it just one more time. Just ask him one more, just shoot the email and just leave it at that. I'm like, miss, it's not gonna work. She's like, just do it. Just trust me, just do it. So I'm like, okay. And then I do it. And it ended up working out. And I ended up taking the test and ended up passing that class and got getting the credits and everything. So that was like a very good just like moment, just like she was like my rock, Like she helped me very much. And so that's why I feel like my equity counselor, Miss Carolyn Larkins again, is just a very important piece of the community at Indian Springs. And she's part of like my village. She's part of like my village, I would say. Yeah. And I would like to introduce my friend from Pacific. She's going to be talking about her experience as well.
What position do you play?
I play shooting guard, and I run track as well too. That's really my thing, track. Yeah.
What events in track?
I run the 400 and the 200 and the 4x1 and the 4x4.
All right, nice.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you.
Thank you.
Good evening, members of the school board. My name is Taylor Griffin, a senior at Pacific High School, and I'm here today to express my deep gratitude my deep gratitude for someone who is truly making a difference in the lives of students at school, our counselor, Miss Anthony. Just a couple hours ago, I hosted one of our weekly BSU meetings and informed the members that I will be speaking about Miss Anthony at tonight's school board meeting and wanted them to describe her in one word. Caring, thoughtful, amazing, passionate, kind, comforting, incredible, intelligent, revolutionary, and spectacular were all words that were shared. I stand before you not just as a student, but as the president of Black Student Union, representing the voices of many who have been positively impacted by her incredible dedication, especially African American students. Miss Anthony is a powerful advocate, a mentor, and a constant source of support for every student she encounters. One of the most remarkable things about her is how tirelessly she works to provide opportunities for us. She organizes numerous college opportunities and career field trips, exposing us to pathways we may not have considered in the first place. In fact, just a couple weeks ago, I attended one of these trips and was fortunate enough to receive an on-the-spot acceptance to Bennett College. Thank you. I was also awarded several scholarships, opportunities I wouldn't have known about without her guidance. But Miss Anthony's impact goes far beyond college acceptance letters. She is someone who will always find a way around any problem. She doesn't just offer quick fixes. She walks with us through every step of our challenges, no matter how big or small they may seem. Her work with the Black Student Union is also another testament to her commitment. Miss Anthony is present regularly at our meetings, contributing valuable ideas and resources that help ensure that we, as Black students in California, feel supported and connected. She's a driving force behind helping us build a community within the school where we can thrive and feel a sense of belonging. What truly makes Miss Anthony stand out is her warmth and approachability. She's not just a counselor who helps us with schoolwork and future planning. She's someone who we can talk to about anything, whether it's academic stress or personal concerns. Miss Anthony always makes time to listen to her students and even opens her office to each one of us during lunch, giving us a safe space when it's needed most. In an environment where not all educators are as accessible or personal, Miss Anthony is someone who genuinely cares about our well-being inside and outside of school. She's truly a blessing, and she deserves to be recognized for the countless ways she impacts the lives of students at Pacific High School. In closing, I want to emphasize just how much Miss Anthony is a beacon of light in our community. She's not only helping students succeed academically, but she's shaping our future and leaving a lasting positive impact on our lives. On behalf of the students she serves, we are grateful for her dedication and hope this board will join me in recognizing the exceptional work she does every single day. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And can we have Miss Siobhan Anthony please stand? Is she here? Stand, please. And is Miss Carolyn Larkin here tonight? She's not here. Okay, we want to give her applause anyway. And Dr. Greer, I turn it back over to you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
I think Miss Anthony is bringing Taylor her money. I'm just playing.
Man, no, excellent job. You guys did an excellent job. Thank you, guys. So we were talking about the transcript piece in A through G. And this piece here, lane 2 and lane 1, this is really, really important because when we talk about moving kids here, our students who are in lane 2, these are kids who are on track to graduate high school, but not A through G. And if you look at this transcript, you will see that this student in the first semester got B's and C's, but in the second semester got 5 D's. A D in ceramics, a D in English, a D in Spanish, a D in math, and a D in biology. Now, kids can graduate from high school in our district with all D's, right? But D's do not qualify for A through G. So this student here, we want to make sure that we set this student up for Edmentum and for summer school so that they can recover those credits. So this is something that we're really pushing and working towards. And then lastly, you see our student who's in lane 1. And so this is a student who's having some significant struggles. The F in art in the first semester, as well as in their advisory class and biology. And then you see in the second semester, right, just the F in art, the D in English, F in advisory and PE and biology. So this student, we want to make sure that this student is in both summer school and Edmentum. And if this doesn't progress, then when they turn 16, we want to make sure that we get them over to continuation school so that they can turn this around. But it's vital in ETSA that we have a strategy for helping every one of the 4 kids have a strategy for either staying on or getting back on the A through G track. Going back to capacity before we had these wonderful folks, this was not even a conversation that we could really entertain. But now the work that they're doing, I'm so proud of, right? Because I know it's going to be impactful and meaningful. And as you've heard, it's already making a difference.
What is PE survey?
I think it's just a PE course. I think it's freshman PE. I don't know that it's that's a good question, but I don't know that it's different from, regular PE.
Okay, thank you.
I wanted to share some quick celebrations and highlights as well. So we've talked about how our high school equity team has lowered the math DF rates, especially for our 9th graders. And again, many thanks to Valdez Tutoring, our partner in this work. The student relationships and support piece, I just think is critical, right? And Mr. Husky, you brought this up earlier. I think that relationship, K-12 is an important factor, right? All of us as humans are hardwired to need to feel safe, cared for, and as if we belong. Having a teacher or somebody, a counselor, somebody at the school, with whom I feel safe, who I feel cares for me, it's invaluable, right? And so our high school equity team, they really get it. The transcript analysis piece, I think, is important. So now as we kind of go from relational to thinking more about our analytical strategy and being data-driven, that piece is just as important because we got to make sure that we have a plan for when kids fall. We cannot just simply let them fall and do nothing, right? And so that piece is important. Making sure that we're getting kids opportunities and access over with San Bernardino Valley College and just with concurrent enrollment. And I know that that's something that Dr. Venkatesan's team is really focused on. Our high school principals have really been focused on this. So that's something that I think we're doing a good job of really across the district. And in the college events, right? These are kids, our seniors last year, who we took to Louisiana and Texas. So this is at a historically Black college, Xavier University. For some kids, this is their first time getting on a plane, or going to another state, going to an HBCU. For some of them, it's their first time going to any university. And so when we hear the kids talk about and just exclaim, how much they enjoy the experience, and which colleges they want to go to and what their top 3 list is and top 5 list is and the schools that they're going to apply to, we know that this is just really meaningful. I want to transition now to our tip priority 3, family engagement. And again, I really have to give a lot of props, thanks, shout out to Fran and Lawrence.
Man, I don't know what's going on in that picture. I just want to...
Y'all see it. Superintendent cutting the rug, getting it, as we may say. And so that was actually at the ETSA Honor Roll last year. So that's 2023. And you got a hip thing going on, boss. I
got to watch more of Lawrence's videos,
Maybe so. But again, I'm just really grateful to them because, when you talk about family engagement and the importance of it, we always have this ongoing conversation around just the importance of families in terms of partnering with schools, partnering with teachers to help improve outcomes for kids, right? And we talk about parents as being an indispensable part of that equation, right? We get parents on board, all this becomes significantly easier, right? And it's one of the reasons why I'm thankful Ms. Compton had to leave, but our DAC parents and our PIA parents, because they're so consistent and just the support from Ms. Robertson, from Ms. Cooper, and just all of our parents, right? But the flip side of that though, and I think Lawrence and Fran really get this probably better than just about anybody that I know, they get and it goes back to relationship, and even beyond that, it goes back to joy, right? And so they think critically all the time about ways to create moments and spaces of joy for parents so that they'll want to come to the table and want to partner with us in this work. And so I'm really grateful to them because they just think in a way and see things in a way and do things in a way that have just brought parents to the table in numbers and ways that we have not seen previously, right? And so I'm really grateful for them. Look, I ain't much of a dancer, but Fran and Lawrence, that's their thing, and they get parents to the table, and so again, just really grateful for them. I want to make sure that you all, that we invite you to our District African American Advisory Council. This is probably one of the strategies, one of the councils that we've had I think we're probably one of the first districts, if not in Southern California, certainly in the Inland Empire, to have a district African American advisory council. Pastor Sam Casey was the first sort of organizer of it here in our district. I want to say back in 2008, 2007, 2008. Mr. Tillman, you probably remember when we first started having DAC. And so we've had a long-standing DAC ever since. Ms. Robertson, Ms. Cooper, they have been our president and our vice president for the last several years. But last year, and again, thanks to Lawrence's work, we've gotten a number of new parents to the table, right? And so we're really grateful for them as well. And so we have Ms. Wonder Pointer, Ms. Compton, Mr. Devin Hurd, Gary Hurd. Devin and Gary were both Lawrence's former high school students. Ms. Lola Cromwell, Ms. Kanisha Richardson, and Miss Mickey Alexander are our DAC parent leaders this year. And so we're really grateful for them. I want to talk very briefly before we wrap this up about tip priority 4, which is professional development. And so we created a training here within our district, Gap Closing Teaching, a brain-based approach to African American student achievement. You saw this picture earlier, but I'm really proud of this picture here, because this training, our goal is to get all of our 3,000 certificated teachers and staff members in our district to and through this training. And it's 4 days, right? So it's not an insignificant amount of time, and it's not an insignificant amount of time, especially if you are a leader, right? And especially if you are a director or an assistant sup or a superintendent. And that's true of principals as well. It's a lot of time to be away from the work. And so this picture is probably one that I got to put in a frame and hang somewhere, because just this past summer, thanks to Mr. Ariano, Miss Applegate, and their leadership, they had the insight to say, we're going to get our entire district leadership team together, all of our cabinet, all of our assistant superintendents, many of our directors who are here in the room, and many, many others. We all got together and did the 4 days of this training. I know Ms. Grande came for a bit and was with us. Ms. Alexander came for a bit and was with us. So I thank you guys. But this is phenomenal. Again, when I talk to my equity leader colleagues in other districts, they may not even have professional development. And if they do, they're not at the place yet where the superintendent has gone through it, the cabinet has gone through it, right? And so Dr. Rodriguez for giving us your time, Mr. Komnick for giving us your time, Dr. Funches who came and gave his time. I'm just really, really grateful, because again, that wasn't an insignificant thing that you guys did, but in those 4 days, it really showed the commitment to moving this dial and to improving these outcomes for kids. So I really want to thank you guys. We talked about this PD as well, so I won't necessarily restate it, but we do have a protocol now that principals, teachers, counselors can access. And we also have 2 half-day training sessions that we're providing to folks. Both days are the same, so folks can come to either one. And this training is one that we're opening up district-wide, classified, certificated, everybody in between. If they want to come, to learn about this issue and how best to respond, and then we're inviting folks to it. And then lastly, I want to touch on our Sankofa magnet. This is really important because this magnet we brought back. Dr. Cooper created, along with Dr. Judy White, when she was here as a deputy superintendent, they created the Sankofa magnet way back in the days. That first class, I believe, was during the 2003-04, or maybe the 2004-05 school year over at Rio Vista in King. It kind of fizzled out over the years, but we brought it back right after the pandemic as a magnet program. So it wasn't a magnet before, but it is now. Ms. Rosales Medina, you've been in those classrooms. You've seen that work before. And historically, we've had fantastic teachers in Sankofa, right? I even stole some and put them on my team here. Ms. Hunter and Ms. Jessamy were former Sankofa teachers. And so now having this magnet back, Tamika and I, Ms. Casey and I, we are working really, really hard on making sure that it's quality, and that our goal of the Sankofa students being among the highest performing kids, not just in the district, but in California, in the state, that is a reality. And so to help us with this task, Ms. Applegate worked with us, we and Kimber, Ms. Sargent, we were able to hire 8 classroom aides for those classes. And so we have Sankofa in grades K-3 at Hunt. We'll have 4th grade next year, and then in grades 6, 7, and 8 at Del Vallejo. Those 8 aides are going to be pushing into those classrooms. We just took teachers last week to the Ron Clark Academy in Atlanta. This school was one of the best school experiences I've ever seen in terms of joy, high expectations, rigorous, fast-paced teaching. And so we're going to be adopting a version of the instructional style and just a version of what we saw at Ron Clark. And we're taking some more Sankofa teachers there in November. Program marketing, I really got to thank David Chavez and his team and Mary Roan, Ms. Goodwin. And we sat down with them and she really helped us kind of work out a full-on marketing plan, she and Mr. Chavez. And so we're really grateful for that because we got to do everything that we can to get cheeks in the seat and to make sure that everybody knows about Sankofa. So I can't thank you and this gentleman over here enough and your staff. And they've also created some fantastic like marketing documents for us. The brochure that you see here, we have a postcard now. We never had a postcard before. Now we got a postcard that we can mail out and send home, right? And so some flyers, and they're creating this commercial for us. So we're really excited about that. And then also we're going to have teacher professional development 6 times this year. We had 2 days of training this summer, and we brought an expert out, a professor at Clark University, Dr. Chike Akua in Black Studies. He came and did 2 days on Black history, and that was really important because that's one of the elements of Sankofa. We're taking folks to the Ron Clark Academy, but we're also going to be doing PD around high expectations as well. And so this document here is something that Ms. Casey and I have been working on to make sure that when you go into Sankofa classrooms in the near future, you know, you see you're in an environment that looks specifically like this environment was created to elevate African-American students and to ensure success, right? And so we got to be really intentional about that, but we got to make sure that we have some coherence, right, and some continuity. So we'll be working with our teachers on this piece here. And actually, before I get here, because I know I've been doing a lot of talking, I want to pause and just play a quick video. I think it's just about 3 minutes so that you guys can kind of see all the work that we've been doing this past year. This video is of last year and the start of this year. Thank you so much. And lastly, just in terms of next steps, you know, we want to keep this thing going and we want to continue to build and expand our capacity. So we are working to get more full-time management staff. We have Miss Tamika Casey, who was sort of gifted to our department as a principal on assignment. We want to convert that position into an assistant director position. Principals on assignment are temporary positions by nature. And, you know, thinking about this, our department, it really does require a vast array of knowledge that spans from PK to 12th grade, ed services, student services, communications, fiscal, HR. It's important to be really skilled and versed in all things related to racial equity and inequity, as well as adult learning. And so our department really should be staffed with 2 or more full-time management employees or 2 or more management FTEs. Just thinking about what it entails to run any department or a school for that matter, and just sort of having to, you know, thinking about being the person to sort of plan, design, implement, monitor, evaluate, ideally improve, right? Any kind of system, a person who's hired, a program. Historically, our department, you know, from 2007 to 2024, it's been one person in the department to do all of that, right? One person. So I'm really, really grateful talking with Miss Applegate, you know, and Dr. Funches, bringing over Miss Casey. That was extremely helpful because, I mean, having one person, I think about the previous directors who had to do all of those things by themselves, right? And had to sort of figure out and try to strategize what the equity plan would be for an entire district by themselves. It's a tall task, very, very difficult task. So we are pushing to get more management support to help us continue the lift in math and ELA in high school, A through G, and so on. We are also working to hire 2 more high school equity counselors. We absolutely, the 3 that we have at Indian Springs, Pacific, and San Bernardino are excellent. Cajon and Sanji, they have our largest and 3rd largest African-American student populations respectively. Neither of those sites have the equity counselor role, so we definitely are working to put some folks there. And then the last piece here is that we just want to make sure that we diffuse and share and spread the 51% ELA and math goals across divisions, departments, and roles, right? Principals, teachers, TOSAs, departments. I really do feel like it's attainable this year, but like many things, it's something that we have to have coherence on and collaboration on. ETSA absolutely cannot do this alone. I always appreciate Ms. Applegate and Mr. Ariano for saying that and really for encouraging and compelling others to partner and to you know, join the fight, as it were. And so, yeah, I know that we can get there this year if we have the collaboration and the coherence with our peers, right? I feel like it's doable, it's attainable, and honestly, this is my, I think, 24th year in education. This is probably the most optimistic I've ever been in terms of the likelihood of us getting there. And I don't want to quit this job, and I don't mean this job per se, I just mean the field, until we've done it and can say that we have closed gaps and improved outcomes and created a future for this group of kids for whom that has not historically been the case. We have got to do that in my lifetime. And I think that these kids absolutely deserve it, as does our community. So thank you guys so much.
Thank you very much. You have some questions here. I'll start with Ms. Medina.
Yes, thank you again for the presentation, and I will try to go quick on this one. I noticed that in slide for 9th graders, the D's and F's, and of course San Gorgonio is at a high percentage, in the 50%, and then of course Cajon High School. So even then, when we look at comparing our African American students with all students, we would actually do fairly well had it not been maybe if there was some improvements in these specific sites, because every other site seems like they're doing fairly, I mean, not to the point where we want to say they're doing well, but they're doing better than what other cases. So I'm glad that I would be in full support of getting those counselors, equity counselors at those school sites, because that way we can try to help with those. And then when we're looking at lane 3, And I did notice when you're looking at with the student that went from D and F to then F and D, is it? And then also when you look at the other on the next page, they're going from grades that seems like they're doing fairly well, and all of a sudden something happens the second semester, and so forth. So is part of it as well looking at what's going on with the students' life at that moment? What are these relationships? And sometimes students are, there might be something either at home or outside of home. I don't know, but is that part of also the conversations to see what's going on, not just trying to help them catch up with those grades, but it's also looking at helping them in other ways?
Absolutely. That's one of the reasons why I think the equity counselor role is so important. And again, their job is to supplement, not supplant, right? And so we know that our traditional high school counselors are working very hard and they're trying to do all the things. And then at the same time, this is a case where two things can be true, right? Because we also know that for our African-American kids historically, and you could, zoom out and look in any district, insert any district, when we talk about A through G, when we talk about DF rates, when we talk about GPAs, attendance, discipline, and on and on and on, we know our African-American kids are typically right there at the bottom when we're talking about positive metrics. So we need, in my opinion, we need additional folks whose role can be, listen, I'm going to talk to you about your 4-year plan, but I'm also just going to talk to you. And I'm just going to make sure that we have a relationship and that when you're here, you're okay, right? And that you're ready and that you're prepared.
Right. No, and I appreciate that. And it's also looking, even for PE, I'm not sure what the requirements are necessarily. Back when I was in high school might be different. I'm not sure. So then just really looking at also our teachers to see, maybe there's some areas of improvement in regards to how equity works in that part. I won't go too much into that. I think that's about it. And also we want to kind of acknowledge as well that we're one of the first school districts, I think even in California, looking at increasing our we have our first African-American AP classes at Indian Springs High School. So I'm really excited about that too, because it's part of that process of inclusion and really learning about ourselves and students learning about themselves. So I'm really excited about that.
That's
Thank
many
you.
thanks to Dr. Venkatesan and her team, right, for bringing that course to the district. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Alexander. Thank you, Ms. Medina. Mrs. Alexander.
No problem. Thank you. I want to first say thank you for all the work that you do and your staff. And it was an excellent honor roll for African American students and Pacific Islanders. And one thing that stands out is everybody was happy. And the metrics and how you broke it down in terms of the medals was excellent. And you're right, you got two of the most spirited people over there leading our family engagement. And just one quote I would just want to leave with you guys. Maya Angelou said, people will forget what you say, what you do, but they won't forget how you make them feel. And so thank you for all that work, because it definitely makes an impact on our students. I'm glad you put together the next steps, because I was sitting here just like writing ideas and thinking, and I just want to go to just, I would like to see how we can support Dr. Greer and his staff on the next steps that he's put in here. Because when I broke down just like the number of resources, it's making my head boggle. Like, how are we going to do it? I think it's great that we have the professional development for the teachers that are not a part of ETSA, but we need to make sure that we have the resources that are sustainable to help the students, even at the schools where we don't have program specialists. So I realize that Arroyo Valley doesn't have the same amount of African-American students as maybe the other students, but if we were focusing on them in terms of AP and IB programs, we need to make sure we have the resources. And I keep sticking to that because we received that presentation the last time we had a board meeting. Also, as it relates to just overall in general in terms of the level of support, appreciate what you put here, but is this the number that you're saying that will help us get beyond 51%?
Is this the number that will help us get beyond 51% for our high school?
Yeah, because you only said 51% for elementary.
Yeah, and for middle school math. I think just thinking strategically, Cajon has our largest African-American student population. The only reason why we don't have somebody at Cajon was because our former principal, she had a really good equity strategy that she was working, and she had some staff there, they were kind of already doing the job. So it just, at the time when we started to look at where we would place our equity counselors as we were hiring them, Cajon had kind of a strategy already, right? But now she's gone. Some of that has gone with her. So we definitely need, and Dr. Jackson, the principal over there, he's game. He's all for it. He's all about it. So he's looking for that support if we can get it to him.
Okay, thank you. So I just want to make sure it's documented that I would like to see how we can support ETSA with the strategy that's been defined here in terms of next steps. Let's see what resources we can provide.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Husky.
It takes a village, and I think you've proved that tonight in how many ways that we all have to come together to support our students, right? And our African American students in particular. I know they're not here anymore, but I really want to thank Taharka Islam and Taylor Griffin. Their presentations were amazing. We just have amazing kids, and I love hearing from them and hearing the impact of decisions that we make or strategies that you and other directors are making to influence our kids. And thank you to Mrs. Larkin and Mrs. Anthony, because obviously you guys have a huge impact. It is all about relationship. I will beat that Maslow before Bloom every minute of every day, because every time you hear about a kid that turns the corner, that's what it's all about. So thank you to that. So I also support especially the equity counselors. I'd like to see that at all of our high schools. I also want to say, when I was talking about the 100%, I didn't mean that I expected you to do it the 100%. That it was more about just making sure that that the boat rises when bringing everybody up in the boat, right? And they may not get there, but I want to make sure that all of our African American students are receiving the supports that they deserve and that they need. And I think you said it best when you were talking about our high school kids, when you were talking about the 4 students, and you said we need a strategy for all 4 students. And so I didn't mean to say that I wasn't okay with the 51% goal, because that was not my intent. And so I wanted just to clarify that, because I think that's what some folks heard. I wanted to make sure that we weren't only looking at 51% of our kids, because sometimes I know that has happened in the past with other strategies, not with this one. I wasn't saying that. So I want to do, and I think you spoke to it very well, to have that opportunity to say, no, it's just the goal. It's not about 51% of the students. It's about the goal. So thank you for talking to that. And then I love the fact that we're taking kids onto college campuses. I think they have to be able to see themselves there. I love seeing the Xavier picture, because that's where my mom went as a freshman. She graduated from Fisk, but she started at Xavier. And so I think it's wonderful that our students get to see these campuses and have these opportunities and these field trips, because like I said at the honor roll, if you can see it, you can achieve it, right? And so they can see themselves on these college campuses. They can picture themselves on these college campuses. So I think that's probably one of the things that we do, not just for African American students, but for all students, is giving those opportunities to see themselves in these places of higher learning. And then last but not least, I was going to do it in my board thing, but I just want to say thank you to Ms. Hardy, Mr. Hardy, and to Ms. Blacksher. You guys did a fabulous job with your team on the honor roll. It was so much fun. I mean, every year is fun, but I don't know, there was something about this one that was just a little off the chain wonderful. And so, yeah, so I just really want to thank you guys. We were there from start to finish, and everything that it takes. If y'all haven't been, everything it takes for them to put on these events, from the vendors to the lunches to the medals to just all the little things that we don't necessarily think about that you think about. So I would be remiss if I didn't say thank you to you, Dr. Greer, to your team, because you guys are amazing, and what you did for our families just on last Saturday, without everything else that you do, is 2 thumbs up. So thank you very much to you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I definitely just got to say here, so I got to give some props to Alyn Scott and to Valerie Sampson, because in order for people to thoroughly enjoy the honor roll, their lives have to be miserable for about 3 to 4 weeks. But they are so awesome, and so really we really have to thank them. in terms of just making sure that every I was dotted, every T was crossed, that we had everything that we needed to really pull it off. And Lawrence and Fran are visionaries, and Lynn and Valerie kind of have to make it happen, right, as our classified folks. So just really grateful to them.
It was all amazing.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Ariano.
President Tillman. Just big thanks to Dr. Greer, everyone in the ETSA department for all your work and dedication. I mean, I think your presentation here today shows your passion and your belief in yourselves, in our community, in our kids. So thank you for that. Just a few other comments. My wife's giving me a hard time already about that picture, but I want Francine to let everybody know that the role was to roll your hips in that picture. So I'm the only one doing that, what we were supposed to be doing, right? Right? Thank you. Thank you. Now, in a serious note, we have the management team reading the book Atomic Habits, because I'm a big believer in the answer to complexity is simplicity. And to have a goal, just to set a goal doesn't mean you're going to get there. You have to have the system to get to the goal. And so when you hit an attainable number like 51 or 50, if you get to that number, it signifies that your system is working. And if your system is working, then it's going to continue to build and build capacity, where then you get to the 60, the 70, and the 80%. So I also want to let the community know that I appreciate that your decisions are data-driven. We're not just basing it on, I hope it works, and I hope all these people are going to make an impact, but that you guys are taking a deep dive at the numbers. The data is telling us who are the kids that need our help, how do they need the help, and what kind of help do they need in the moment. So I really appreciate that. I'm a big believer in joy, right? And so I do want to commend again Francine and Lawrence, just the joy that you bring, the sense of belonging that our community feels here in San Bernardino Unified School District is because of the two of you. That's important. And like Board Member Chahusky said, if you don't feel like you belong, you're not going to excel. So you're helping us get to that point. And then the last point I want to make is just the gap closing training. Will, thank you and your team for giving us 4 days of just amazing learning. To not only help us understand that we all have biases, and you have to know when you can self-identify those biases so that you can make change happen. Many times we're influenced so much by social media, TV, radio, music, that those elements convince you of certain things that maybe are not true. So your training is important, because when we're in front of kids, many times those biases get in our way of connecting and making our kids learn. And so that training really helps us identify our own biases, because we all have them. Let's be honest with ourselves. It helps us identify those biases so that we can truly connect to the kids. So great things are happening here, and in the board, I'm very confident that we're going to do what everyone's been waiting to do in the United States in terms of deep urban districts. We're going to do it. And it's because of these people. And the last thing I'll say is the success of our African American students is not Will's responsibility. The success of the African American students in this district is not the ETSA department's responsibility. It's all of our responsibility. And so I've made it very clear to all principals that the TIP policy, what do I say, Will? If you haven't memorized it by now, you're behind. And so we are making this a priority. So I'm very proud of where we're going. So thank you, Will. Thank you, ETSA department. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Great presentation. Thank you very much. That brings us to Section 10, Action Items, 10.1, Personnel Report.
For Dr. Funches, as presented.
Move. Moved by Dr. Wise, second by Mr. Husky. Vote, please. The motion passed. 10.2, approval of resolution designating specific materials, products, things, or services pursuant to Public Contract Code, Section 3400.
Moved.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Medina, second by Dr. Wyatt. Vote, please. Motion passed. Section 11, consent items. 11.1, approval of consent list.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Medina, second by Dr. Wyatt. Vote, please. Let me ask, are there any to pull? Seeing none, vote, please. Motion passed. Section 12, reports, comments by union organizations. 12.1, San Bernardino Teachers Association.
No comment.
12.2, California School Employees Association.
No report.
12.3, Communication Workers of America.
No report.
12.4, San Bernardino School Police Officers Association.
No report.
Section 13, reports and comments. 13.1, board members. I'll start with Ms. Chahusky.
Thank you very much. I was able to attend the 13th annual LEAD conference on last Friday at Cal State San Bernardino. I think as much as the folks that are there, the number of viewing sites around the world and the highlights that they bring to us and the information that they bring, the celebrations, it's just always such a wonderful event. And I just want to congratulate Cal State San Bernardino and Dr. Murillo in particular for another wonderful and successful conference. I also, and I know this other folks are probably going to talk to it, especially Mr. Arellano in greater detail, but thank you to Congressman Aguilar for the community project funding. He's donated almost $1 million for a septic to sewer program that's going to impact the community around Newmark. And so it was really great to see the city, the county, and the federal government through our congressmen come together for the betterment of our community. Congratulations to all of our PBIS award recipients tonight. I'm really proud of you all. It's been a long journey. I can remember attending, gosh, I don't even know how long ago, one of the first PBIS trainings at CDS. We were using one of the classrooms at CDS for trainings. It's actually the first place I ever met Michelle Myers. She was one of the trainers for that training. So it's funny how life goes full circle. And on that note, it is October is Bully Prevention Month. I'm wearing my orange for bully prevention. And you know, the work that we've done, I think is cutting edge with the undercover anti-bullying teams and with the restorative conflict mediations and really trying to address some of those issues. Sorry, I should have had this up already in my head. We're always trying to explain what is bullying and how do you know the difference between bullying and other things. So are you bullying? When someone does something hurtful on accident and they only do it one time, that's rude. When someone does something hurtful on purpose and they only do it one time, that's mean. When someone does something hurtful on purpose and they do it over and over again, even when you have asked them to stop or shown them that they're upsetting you, that's bullying. So if we do have the resources, if you are a student and that finds yourself in that situation where someone's doing something over and over intentionally and you've asked them to stop and they're not, please talk to your school counselor, talk to your teacher, talk to your administrator, talk to your parents, so that we can intervene with the systems that we have in place to assist you as a student. And tomorrow is World Day of Bullying, and so you're supposed to wear blue, so please wear blue tomorrow for World Bullying Day. And then October 10th is World Mental Health Day, and wear green for World Mental Health Day. So I just wanted to bring that because I know it's been such an issue, not just here, but everywhere, especially post-pandemic. And so I wanted to bring awareness and understanding to those things. And that's all I have to.
Thank you, Mr. Husky. Dr. Wyatt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just a couple of things. I did attend the San Diego County State of Address, and it was pretty awesome just to see all the great things happening in our county. But more importantly, our Pacific High School transportation program was highlighted and made the video. And when you take a look at that program, what they're doing over there, it is literally state of the art, and it is the only program like itself in the state. So once again, San Diego Unified School District is putting itself on the map and being highly innovative with the CTA education programs that we're providing for our students. So great job to our Career Tech Ed folks and Pacific High School. Was able to attend our San Bernardino Teen Music Workshop performance over at the Canyon Club in Montclair last Friday night. It is our all-girls band, or all-girls rock band, that may be very specific. And you know, some of us older folks would really appreciate the music they played because a lot of it was 1980s and 90s. So I was kind of pretty cool to watch them play that. And they did give us a shout out to the district, to the board. So just want to say thank you to them. Great performance, great job by all the young ladies. And they were only like 14 to 17 years old and performing with adults. Yeah, so they're at the top of their game once again, and just amazing, amazing job. Some Cranberries B-52s out there. So, you know, cool stuff. Mr. and Mrs. Cardinal, probably heard from a few of our colleagues on that. Amazing, amazing job. You know, just I can't say enough about the pageant itself and our students. You know, we were able to get to speak a little bit at the end of the pageant. We're just really, really proud of all of them for having the courage to get up there, number one, because it takes a lot of courage and a lot of confidence to be able to present yourself in front of a huge crowd, especially of your peers and adults. And they're absolutely amazing. I mean, when you look at the background of our students, not just, I mean, academically, artistically creative, music, athletics, you name it, governance. We had one of our board members up there, student board members, just amazing, amazing job. It's hard to say who actually is selected as Mr. and Mrs. Cardinal, because I'll tell you, we could have picked many, many, many of them, if not all of them. So my hat's off to them, as well as Jamie for always doing an amazing job with that. Like my colleague, Mr. Husky, we were at LEAD, and wow, that was quite an event. I mean, unbelievable event. And I didn't get to spend the whole day there. I just had an opportunity to go in the morning. I would have loved to have seen the breakouts and workshops our students were doing. I heard they're doing some amazing things with our kids. So Dr. Murillo, like you said, great job to him. If you didn't know, he is also our representative in the area at Washington, D.C. So, I mean, wow. Again, San Bernardino. And then, of course, the Black Honor Roll and PI Honor Roll event that we get to attend, some of us on Saturday. You know, that was the first time I got to attend it inside the gym at Indian Springs High School, and it would just, it amplified the whole celebration by being inside there. And the performances by our students were outstanding. Wow, it was actually very emotional for me just to be able to go there, just to see that happening. And yeah, I got to talk a little bit about it definitely during the PI graduation ceremony. And Mary Rowan was there, and she was sporting her really, really cool PI gear. I'm just going to say that. But I want to say thank you. You know, obviously Dr. Greer was here and his team, but you know, Francine Blackshear, she does an amazing job with that. Absolutely amazing job. You know, Dr. Funch was there, and Miss Applegate representing the executive cabinet, and our own Miss Mary Roan, you know, was there. So it's great to have her there. Communications, M&O, and all of our staff. You know, it was a team effort. Really was a huge team effort, and I stayed actually pretty late just talking to folks about the event and my gratitude for it and appreciation. And you know, I saw a lot of appreciation in our families as well, not just our students, but our families. And I think that's huge. It really is, because it demonstrates our commitment to our students and our community and the diversity within our community. So I look forward to more events like that. I will end on a note, and I talked to a few people there, that I would love to see us honor and praise our Middle Eastern culture that's here in our city. I don't think they get enough recognition, and I think we should actually look at them as well. I don't like singling out certain cultures, but if we're going to do it, we need to do it for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Wyatt. Ms. Ceballos.
Comments tonight.
Ms. Grande.
Thank you. Just a couple of things. I did attend the first day Dr. Greer's very intensive leadership 4-day workshop, and I went there and I was looking for one specific item to see if it incorporated the basic tenets of neurodiversity and inclusion and the science of learning and the brain. And I have to tell you, I was not disappointed. That first day, that's all it was. And I felt right at home because our district, when I was a teacher just a few years ago, about 5 years ago, I was still a teacher, but our district allowed Dr. Lundy to send cohorts of her teachers to the University of Laverne and take advantage of a certificate program for neurodiversity and inclusion, and particularly for teachers in special education, because a lot of our learning has to do with how we make our students feel. And so it was incredible the things we learned. And so we came out, and I still see it among our leaders and how they start with the brain and how it learns, how it learns. So we learned that basically we have to realize that our brain is always scanning every second, and it just says those 3 questions. It says, am I safe? Do I belong here? And am I loved? And as you can just see by tonight, we all have to know that before children can learn, they have to feel those 3 things. So the first day of the workshop was wonderful to see all of these adults learning these very basic things that I already knew. So I felt very comfortable leaving them all there alone without me there. So I felt great. So thank you. That's why I didn't come back. I felt, they have it now. So that, and then I too was at Newmark with Joe Baca Jr. and Pete Aguilar, and I was very excited because I talked to them about, the fate of our children with children and youth with chronic and long-term disabilities. And they were very interested and invited me to go to the office to talk to them about it. So it's very good, and I got some new phone numbers of that. And then while I was there, I made really great friends with Dr. Emily Ledesma. Ledesma, and she's just amazing. And her doctoral thesis was on special education students and of chronic and long-term disability. So we made fast friends, and she actually hopes to accompany me to go and visit Bertie and Pete and Grant and all of the fellows there up there, and have discussions about what my teachers at subacute and special ed called the big dream. So that's doing more for those children. All right, so that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Grande. Ms. Medina?
I'll just add that unfortunately the Assembly bill, we had as a board pass a resolution, 2724 was not signed by the governor. And this was basically language that were created by students here in our school district, organizers through ICUC. And so it was more on regard promoting civic engagement and voter outreach for students within our school district, or actually throughout the states in high schools. And so I would still like to look at how we can still implement some of those areas and still increase the amount of student engagement within our school district. Even though that bill wasn't signed, we can still try to implement some of those programs. So that's my push for this year, as well as trying to look at how we can still implement that within our school district. Some of those ideas, which is of course including promoting and including civic engagements within our high schools, as well as ensuring that all of our students are receiving materials on how to register and so forth. So and the ballot, not the ballot, the registration card, so that they can apply online or by mail. Thank you.
Ms. Medina. Ms. Alexander?
Thank you. I would like to also congratulate the PBIS schools that received recognition today. That's definitely significant, and just want to wish you all good luck, and hopefully you're celebrating at your school sites as well. I had an opportunity to attend the LEAD conference. I thought it was my first time. So the time that I was there, I felt like the speakers were great, and it was very well attended. I attended congressional representative's event yesterday at Newmark, and just want to say thank you to his office for the generous donation that signifies a collaboration between the city and the state and federal level related to the septic to sewer program. But I also attended congressional representative's Military Service Academy night at Arroyo Valley, and it was somewhat well attended, but he intentionally had it in the city of San Bernardino because apparently the number of students that we have in our NJRTC program over the years have not had the same exposure as other schools in the county. So he selected Arroyo Valley particularly to attract our students, not only NJRTC students, but students that would be interested in going to different military academies. So there was a presentation from West Point, there's a presentation from the U.S. Naval Academy, U.S. Air Force, Merchant Marine, and U.S. Coast Guard. And it was pretty well informed, but the significant piece behind that is that anybody who wants to attend the academy has to get a letter from the congressional representative, or they can go to the vice president as well, but they go to school for free. So I would like to see what we can do to continue to provide that information for our students. I mean, he did extend the time, and I'm really thankful for his office, but I think we need to look into providing those resources and information for our students, because we only had Arroyo Valley in attendance, and I believe there was one student from Pacific. And then I met from our NJROTC. There might have been a few other students within the district, but it was countywide, and the people that I really interacted with seemed to come from surrounding cities. So what I would like to see is what we can do, one, to bring this information back, even if we do it from a college preparedness perspective, because this is college. And most importantly, these kids can go to school for free. And then also I'd like to see, just like we have college visits for other universities, how can we support NJRTC students that are interested in going to the academy? So can we look to have resources to let them go and visit these sites? Because I think if they're committing 4 years to NJRTC, obviously there's an interest of some kind. And what was great about the presentation, it was insightful because it was well-rounded in terms of their experience at the academy. And it also dispels the misperception that if you're going to these academies, it's all focused on your military experience, but it's well-rounded where the kids can play sports and they're involved in other extracurricular activities as well. So I just want to put it out there. And then secondly, incorporating not only the college tours, but also military-based tours. See what kind of resources we can do to support NJRTC. That's it.
Thank you very much. I'd like to ask for a consensus to move forward with getting costs to build gymnasiums at the middle schools that don't have them. Some of our middle schools have gymnasiums, right, Mr. Connick? 2 of them? I thought it was 3. Chavez, Curtis. So I did just some numbers. It was 8,000 square feet and $250 a square feet, and it's like $2 million a gym. But with the heat and then the things like the fires, it'd be good for these sites to have gyms where the students can go inside for physical education. So you can come back with the numbers for those for us, and then if the price is around that number, we could pay for it. And then if we do happen to give a bond in the future, then the bond could pay for the loans that we make. But we can move forward immediately if the price is not too high. Okay?
Are you requesting a consensus to see if we can have just a request?
Bring back an estimate.
Okay.
Mr. President, didn't we have that on our top 10 before? That's been a priority for quite some time. So, I mean,
yeah, I'm just saying.
Are we just looking at it?
I'm just going to expedite it. If we get back the estimate and to say it's $2 million a pop, and we got 6 to build, $12 million, and we can get a loan to do it and move forward. Thank you. Mr. Ariano.
I want to start off by just thanking the board, cabinet, and a lot of my colleagues around the district for your positive thoughts and comments on behalf of my wife and myself. Had a bad week last week with my car getting totaled, and then my father-in-law in the hospital on borrowed time. But Kim just wanted me to tell everybody thank you for the kind words and support, so appreciate that. So if we could put up just a few highlights here. Wanted to let the community know that indeed the governor signed AB 3216, which is the Phone Free Schools Act, so which mandates for us to put together a policy to either limit or prohibit the use of smartphones in the classrooms by July 1st, 2026. So the law does state that we have to create a policy. It must be reviewed every 5 years, but more importantly, that we have to have significant stakeholder participation. I know Board Member Chahusky had recommended perhaps our student board members be part of that conversation. So I'll be working with the board on trying to get direction on what that means, what that looks like. But eventually, we'll put something together that the board policy subcommittee would review first, and then the board would come to approve it. But again, it has to go through the stakeholder input. So I'll be working with the board on putting that together. Next slide. Also signed into law was AB 1805, which is a mandate to update the history curriculum for grades K through 12 to talk about the impact of Mendez versus Westminster School District of Orange County. As you know, that was the case that in California, which was the first state to outlaw segregation of schools. And it became also a precedent for Brown versus the Board of Education, which was the Supreme Court decision on desegregating schools. So that's something that we'll be working with the CDE to see how that fits within our curriculum K through 12. So that was voted in, signed in. And then also want to let the community know that AB 1821 was also passed into law, and the author of that bill was Assemblyman James Ramos from right here, our local area. But what this talks about is updating the also K-12 curriculum to show the impact and contributions and treatment of our Native Americans during the Spanish colonization era and the gold rush. So basically, it's telling the history the way it really was. And so we will be working with the CDE as a public school system to see how that works into our next history adoption, but that did get signed into law. So congratulations to James Ramos and all his efforts. Next slide. As was mentioned, 21st Miss and Mr. Cardinal City Pageant, another great show put on by Jamie Rios and everybody at San Marino High School. And congratulations to Jasmine Estrada as Miss Cardinal and Robert Sanchez as Mr. Cardinal. But it was really just a great event, good positivity, a lot of community involvement. So thank you, Jamie, if you're listening, for another great pageant and just another positive event happening in the city of San Bernardino in our school district. So thank you. Next slide. And what was mentioned today, a little kudos to Pacific High School. You know, sometimes a bad thing can turn into a good thing. Regretfully this year, because of safety reasoning and dwindling numbers, we weren't able to field a varsity football team at Pacific High School. But efforts are being made to really build the JV programs. And they're still having the JV games, and our cheerleaders are out there, and we're having hundreds of people still show up to the JV games. So I appreciated the Sun Telegram writing a nice article about how we're working to rebuild that program. And so kudos to Principal Natalie Ramundo and her athletic director for the work that they're doing. And next slide, to continue on giving Pacific Pirates kudos, as was mentioned by Dr. Wyatt. It was mentioned at the State of the County event at the Ontario Convention Center. Nice video about our transportation pathway. It was a wonderful representation, a positive representation, not only of the school, but of the district, and another example, as you said, about cutting edge innovation right here in the San Bernardino Unified School District. So congratulations to Pacific. And I also want to note, I know Natalie's very proud of this. We omitted this at the last report accidentally, but her dual enrollment programs, the number of kids that are in dual enrollment and passing at Pacific High School are at the highest ever. And so I just want to make sure I noted that publicly, because I know she's very proud of that data piece. So Natalie, you and your team are doing a great job, and congratulations for all the kudos that you received these last couple days. Next slide. And of course, was mentioned another wonderful Black Honor Roll and Island Honor Roll event this weekend. Unfortunately, I was tending to my father and my wife this weekend. I was missed the event, but I know I heard so many good things. People were texting me during the event, and I just wanted to thank Will and everyone for just another great event and an opportunity for our community to be seen, heard, valued, loved, and kids being celebrated for just achieving in school. So thank you to the ETSA department for another great event. Next slide. And I want to give kudos to Cindra Weber for the 12th annual New Year Gathering Family Night, celebrating our Native American students within our district. And she always does such a great job. Again, another element, an event of joy and a sense of belonging. This time she had actor Richard Cabral, who is, he was a speaker and he was from the Mayans. And also Deborah Moore Munoz, who was the screenwriter and producer of the Mayans. And so thank to her, to Elder Robert Levi, to Carlos Two Bears Martinez, who are always supportive of our events and creating that sense of belonging. So good job, Cindra. Another great event. Next slide. And I'll echo the thank you to Pete Aguilar and Joe Baca Jr. For their continued support of supporting the city of San Bernardino and providing a healthier life for our students, for our schools, and for our citizens. $1 million donation to move from septic to sewer is huge. It'll cut down the nitrate, the negative nitrate that goes into the soil. So I really appreciate the work that these two gentlemen have been doing to really elevate the city of San Bernardino. And with that, Newmark Elementary School will be part of that process. So thank you to those two gentlemen. Next slide. We had the opportunity last week to tour, I don't know if you guys know about, the California University of Science and Medicine. So it's a school of medicine right here in the city of Colton. And thanks to Patricia Lozano, she's the community director, she reached out to us and said, hey, why don't you come visit, bring your CTE folks. There might be a relationship that we can have between your medical pathways and the medicine. And so indeed, we were there. You see Suda there actually doing an intubation of a patient. It's actually a dummy, right? But I really appreciate the connection. We're going to be working, I know Anna, Suda, Alan, and Chelsea in trying to put together some internship opportunities or even some hands-on training for the kids in our pathways at the medical school right here in Colton. So thank you to them. Next slide. And just wanted to thank the board for supporting our effort in buying those hoodies for our secondary students to show pride. This is Del Vallejo. When the day I was there, about 60% of the student body was wearing their hoodies. And so I stopped and talked to this young man here, and I said, what do you like about this hoodie? He says, it's about my school. And that's what it's all about, is having kids identify with the school and not something negative outside of school. What was super exciting to hear was when Jackie Maynard, the principal, said to me, now parents are asking for the hoodies. That's the impact we're trying to make, is that people connect to the school as something that they want to be a part of and not something that may be out in the neighborhood that may not be healthy or safe. So I want to thank the board for supporting that. I know Terry and his staff, we're rolling out the hoodies at the other schools. So we're building that sense of belonging, that pride here in San Bernardino. So thank you guys for supporting that. Next slide is a picture of the kids at Thompson Elementary with their shirts and their pride. And so it really makes a difference, guys. These things make a difference with kids. They were so proud to wear their shirts and wanted to take a picture with the president. They always say the president. So anyway, so thank you, board, for that. It's making a difference. In the last slide, I just want to say to you that it is official. The California School Boards Association did come and do their validation visit last week for our special education, the Basis Curriculum Framework. So it is now official. We are a Golden Bell winner for our special education curriculum program. So congratulations to special ed, to Anna, I know to Dr. Lundy, who was a big part of that, Dr. Rubio. We'll be inviting Dr. Lundy, who's now working for county schools, but we'll be inviting her to the program in December. And that's all I have today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Arellano. And that brings us to Section 14, summary of board members' requests. 14.1, review of requests.
Good evening. The first request is from Student School Board Member Ochoa. She requested an update on the stop sign at the intersection of Mountain and Hill. The second request is from Ms. Rosales Medina. From this evening's tip presentation, she inquired about the lottery and why the numbers are decreasing. The third request is from Mrs. Ceballos. Also from this evening's tip presentation, she requested for disaggregated data between middle school and high school, and she would like to see information broken down, chronic absenteeism and suspension. She would like to see where it is happening more, whether in the middle school or high school level. Also, Mrs. Ceballos inquired or challenged the EDSA department on the on-track students and the number of students needed to meet the 51%. She's stated that the team can monitor the numbers. Mrs. Alexander would like to know how we can support EDSA with the strategies that have been defined in the next steps. Dr. Wyatt would like to see the district include and praise our Middle Eastern students when we do our Cultural Heritage Month. Ms. Rosales Medina would like to look at how we can still support Bill 2724 and implement those programs even though the bill for civic engagement was not signed. Mrs. Alexander requested what we can do to bring information back from a college perspective and would like to see how we can support NJROTC for those who have interest and how to incorporate them. And lastly, President Tillman requested for Mr. Komnick to run some numbers and asked for consensus to build gymnasiums across our middle schools. Consensus was given. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Section 15, meeting adjournment. Section 15.1, in memoriam. The board would like to recognize and close the board meeting in memory of India Hester, Nicole Hester, and Leanne Martin Hester, who were tragically killed on September 14, 2024 in a multi-vehicle collision. India, 19 years old, was a 2023 graduate of San Antonio High School. Nicole, 27 years old, graduated from Cajon High School in 2015. And Leanne, 17 years old, had attended Arrowhead Elementary from 2011 to 2015. Our condolences go out to their families and friends. I'd like to ask for a moment of silence. Thank you very much. Entertain a motion for adjournment. So move to second. Meeting is adjourned.